All right, welcome everybody to our ongoing council meeting today. It's 4 p.m. We're reconvening and continuing on with our financial plan engagement. And with that, I think I'm going to pass it over to staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very pleased to be presenting our 2024 financial plan. The first component is a staff report they have in front of you that we used an online engagement tool for to help us with a baseline of where we're heading. As council's aware, our budget's made up of many things, and that this tool, we talked to members of our community about how they want to allocate funds inside the budget. Mr. Langemeier is here for any questions if you have any.
All right, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the reports that were provided, and it's interesting to see the themes, which certainly don't come as a surprise. As usual, there's people who like bike lanes and people who don't. But more substantively, I think none of us would be surprised at the themes that come out. What I'm curious about, as we do continue to get feedback from people, and particularly we did get some in relation to the fees and around our utility rates, and some of those people who were responding didn't appear to be aware of this online engagement tool. And I'm just wondering how we promoted this, and in that promotion, what's the expectation that we give to people around what the value of their feedback may be? Because obviously, in hearing what people think, we don't necessarily respond to every suggestion that comes forward. So I'm just wondering what the expectation is of people who do provide feedback through the online tool and how we did promote that. Thanks.
Mr. Langemeier.
I can speak to how we promoted it. It was mostly promoted through our social media channels because it was an online engagement place. The report before you is the first year of building this. So we had 125 respondents, and I want to pump that number up over the years. So it's an interesting start. And the approach we did in Powell River is we also did a paper version of this because we recognize that not everybody is comfortable with the online piece. So as we go through this process, we'll likely hear feedback that's like, I didn't do it because I'm not online.
Thanks. Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Just the second part of the question in terms of what's people's level of satisfaction or expectation from that. The financial plan references in our engagement section that this is part of the information that comes in when we build our budget, which is the combination of core service delivery, inflationary pressures, legislative impacts, and then delivering our strategic priorities. I think what we saw as staff that was really interesting is this huge level of improvement in the number of people who provided information, but at the same time, the tool itself was a little bit challenging to link our strategic priorities and those other growth factors when it's asking, how to allocate those monies. And just like the information that we got from our community preferences survey, which council will hear more and more about as we move through, people have a divergent opinion. The people around this table will give us direction where we head and it takes finances to deliver on those items. So they don't have specific engagement back on there, but if they're interested in giving feedback on our budget, they'll be looking at our budget that we have in front of us today, I would say.
Thanks, Mr. Garvey. And Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I was curious, I know we don't have the numbers probably to compare to, but when I look at the breakdown of who responded, there are two areas that stood out: the percentage of people who rent versus own, and also the age demographic of who responded. And I guess I'm wondering, I didn't have a chance to look at the census and the housing needs assessment, et cetera, around what the actual breakdown is in Courtney, but I would say that it probably doesn't match. 79% own. According to the survey, the folks that participated, and then the age was 42%, 50 to 69, and I think 38%, 30 to 49. So it just would be interesting to know how the people that responded, how they compared to the actual age breakdowns and rent versus owning, so that we can maybe take a look at how we could reach the people that didn't engage in the survey. So if there's a missing demographic, you know, what could we do? So I guess my question would be, do we have a mechanism to take a look at that for improvements or changes for next year?
All right, and start with Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Moran. We use statistically valid methods to work through our community preference survey. As Adam had said, or Mr. Langemeier had said, we're starting this. This is some of the information we'll look into, you know, and I know he doesn't have those comparators. But all of those are important steps to kind of broaden that engagement that we hear from all aspects of our community. And look forward to the next steps, and we'll be coming back with a report for our next financial plan based on whatever council gives us direction on this item.
Great, thank you.
And Ms. O'Connor as well.
I just wanted to touch on what Mr. Langemeier mentioned regarding this is just the start. So when the engagement initiated around the budget process, we were just wrapping up the communication strategy. So the engagement approach in that sense didn't follow the recommendations of the communication strategy because one predated the other. So you would see changes now automatically in next year's engagement process as a result of the strategy recommendations. In addition to that, we also have the actual engagement strategy that is on the books for this year. So that's really looking at how do we get that feedback. If you remember from the communication strategy, we did specifically engage with equity seeking groups and vulnerable populations. So I would assume we will be taking the same approach with the engagement strategy. And once those two pieces are in place, both the how do we communicate out and make sure we get as many people as possible, especially those hard to reach, and how do we receive the information back in, you'll see all of those variables considered, not necessarily the statistical analysis of the comparison. I don't think that's contemplated in the scope of those two projects, but definitely by the time finance undertakes this process at the end of this year, you will see lots of really good recommendations coming out of those two projects on how we can do that in a really robust and comprehensive way.
Excellent. Thanks for that clarification. And Councillor Zolliker.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I really enjoyed this staff report and nerding out on the app or the website, the tool that was used. It was quite informative, although the sample size, of course, 125 is not huge. I did find some of the results. You can kind of go through the demographical information and do things like age and how long you've lived in Courtney. And I did find some things to be quite interesting. The longer you've lived in Courtney, the more you wanted bylaw and police. Those who are newer to the community want us to be investing more in recreation. And so there was some key highlights here that I think really help inform some of our service lines as well as the financial process. So I really appreciate that. But I guess my question is more around Appendix B, which is the 3-year engagement, and staff kind of spoke briefly around this, but I'm wondering if you can speak to year 1, which is next year. And staff just spoke about the communication engagement strategy, but it has here city administration and public as the stakeholder focus for year 1. And I'm wondering if staff can speak to maybe some examples of what that might look like for next year.
Just wondering which staff member would like, oh, Mr. Langemeier.
That is a great question. And really, I don't have a good answer to that right now because we want to work through the work that Ms. O'Connell's doing and to really find out what makes the most sense. going from the work that has already been done in our different surveys to see, how can we get the best results when we have this really close budget lens.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the question. I don't see any further questions or comments, so if there's no further discussion. I guess the recommendations that we received the plan engagement, so if somebody would like to move that. And didn't look like there was much discussion before, so all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Excellent. All right, so moving along now, we got the actual 2024-2028 general financial plan, and I'll pass over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor to council. Again, really excited to have in front of you the 2024-2028 general fund operating capital budget. That staff report starts on page 236 of the agenda. As we have done in past years, we're going to start with a general overview through Mr. Langemeier, and then we'll have directors come and speak to their agenda items at the podium. And I just wanted to, in advance, as the city manager, thank all of our staff for the incredible amount of work that goes into this budget. And I'm very proud to have that in front of you today.
Thanks so much. All right, back to you, Mr. Langemeier.
Hello, nice to be here once again. So I want to preface this. What we're looking at right now is the general fund operations and the general fund's capital plan. Back in January, we went over sewer, water, and solid waste. So that's not part of today's conversation. We'll have a little bit of hitting on that, but really this is the general area. What comes from this, or the goal, is that council gets supports this plan as it is and gives direction to staff to create the financial plan bylaw, which gives ultimate authority to spend. So getting to the presentation, we're going to go through the really nice things like cost drivers, what we're doing for capital, and hitting on gaming fund. And I really want to get into the last bit of our taxation, our reserves, our surplus, and what it all means when it's tied together. An obligatory slide that says we all built this together. It aligns with the strategic priorities, as that's staff's guiding path of what we want to bring to this. And I always like to bring up that capital projects that were approved in 2023 or the prior year continue on. There's not a requirement to reapprove these projects. So getting into what's really driving our costs here. So I break them up in internal cost drivers and external. So internal, we have our QP agreement. We have a 2% increase for wages. This drives wages and our overhead that's attached to our wages. Our agreement's up at the end of 2024, and seeing what's coming out of other municipalities will really impact our 25 and beyond. We are seeing benefit cost increases as, I'll start it already, is people are using benefits again now that there's opening after the COVID really slowed down any use of benefits. We're also seeing rising costs just from the number of our growth. Urban issues and fire calls is a really good example of an internal driver. And living wage, we have been able to work in the living wage into our recreation wage rates. On the external side, ones we don't have control over, inflation. In the news, you saw inflation was big numbers last year. This year, numbers are coming down. But what we're seeing in these budgets are the actual results of those higher operating costs from the prior year. They're now working their way into our financial plan for this year. So we're really lagging a bit in really the impact of inflation, and we're still seeing it going onward. CPP, EI, and WCB, our overhead costs for wages, are continuing to rise. And the expectation of recruitment. It is continuing to be a good job market for an employee to seek employment. There hasn't been a big change yet, though. It has cooled a touch, but that might be a blip. And then finally, RCMP costs. They've gone up again, but we have a strategy to curb that a bit. So with our new budget software, it really has allowed us to break down where our costs are changing. In this, I want to go through that we have the 2023 amended budget. So that's what last year was. we start off with the base. So we try to remove any of those one-time items that were included in the prior years. And this is our starting point for a budget. For this first year of using the software, we essentially used the 2023 budget as our base. There's no inflationary assumptions built into it. So we're going to see a lot of focus on inflation. So we have to bring it up. And then we have our service level impacts. This is where we'll see, the growth. When you're responding to more items, it gets captured here. Oh, no, other way around. Service level is changing what we're doing. Growth is really responding to how much we're doing. And we have this nice area called one-time items. And those are really known items that we need budget for it this year, and we know it's going to be gone the next year. So with this, we're able to up our budget when we need, and they are taken out the following year. Continuing with that, we have the carry forward. So those are items that we had budgeted prior year and taxed for that we didn't get to. By carrying them forward, we say, hey, we don't need to tax for this again. We're going to rely on prior year's taxation to fund this. And that builds our total budget for the year. I want to highlight our capital plan here. So I have brought in water and sewer to just show, the total expected spend. For general operating, we have a $23 million capital plan. You'll see in 2025 that continues to 29, and then we do see a bit of reprieve in 26 going down to just a $10 million capital plan until we hit another big year with 27 with a possibility of a consolidated municipal building. The Anderton Dike remediation project really hits that year, and a few big equipment purchases. So that brings me to the end of my part. You'll get to see me lots today, so don't get too worried.
Thank you, Council. Today I'll be going over the corporate services budget requests for 2024. So just a brief high-level overview of the corporate services department. So there are 7 functional areas within the corporate services department, including communications, human resources, IT, bylaw, legislative services, land, legal, and then the municipal RCMP employees. So this is different than the police. It's the administrative staff that support the RCMP detachment. So just similar to previous years, I've used the color orange to identify what are council strategic priority items. So under the corporate communication, as I mentioned just a moment ago, we have the engagement strategy. So the engagement strategy was identified last year as a likely outcome recommendation of the 2023 communication strategy, which it definitely was. And then the next component is the online engagement platform. So this is looking at a tool to facilitate that online engagement regarding a variety of city programs and services. The city website has reached the end of its life and is in need of replacement. We really did hear through the engagement for the communication strategy that it was extremely hard to navigate and find what you need to find on the website. In addition to the internal challenges of having a website that is hard to make amendments to, make changes, we're having to outsource that at a significant cost, as well as a decreased efficiency in doing so. And the 172,000 includes project management for that project as well. Consultants and contracted services, this includes moving to online fillable forms, which is something we heard in the resident survey. It was actually listed as a top 3 request from the public, was to transition to being able to conduct business online. And that's supporting a variety of different departments in the city. For brand enhancement, this is essentially buying audiovisual equipment, the tents and the banners to facilitate and support events, as well as the ongoing training to the staff involved in the brand standards. Under bylaw services, as mentioned in November, we'll be moving to a 7-day-a-week service. The $21,000 covers overtime during vacancy periods, as well as potential shift differential moving into evening and weekend service. In regard to implementation, in 2023, council approved a lot of different policies and approaches under bylaw. So this year we're moving into the implementation of those. including the Parks Control Bylaw Committee, obviously subject to approval of the bylaw, the Good Neighbor Guides, bylaw adjudication, and the Tempest Calls for Service. Under Human Resources, we have the carry forward of the anti-racism strategy. So that's no new funding for this year, just move forward. We have a net new position for Labor Relations Manager, and that is proposed based on growth requirements. We have a $20,000 increase in legal fees, again, based on last year's actuals and the trend. And if you're wondering what the legal fees are, those typically have to do with third-party investigations. We've also moved HR into a new building just due to lack of space at our current building. And so there's an annual rental fee for that. And then you'll see some numbers moving, but so the 186 is just a reallocation from one internal budget to another. So there's not actually a budget implication for that. Under the general corporate services, which is me, under council resolution, we've got we would be working with a consultant to identify, to do some engagement around a community safety office, or some have referred to like downtown community policing office. It's kind of being titled a few different things. Proposed department clerk that would support both corporate services generally, as well as bylaw services, which would represent quite a significant increase in the quality of customer service, getting the bylaw officers in the field and having a consistent voice on the other end of the phone. We've got some regulation signage that's required, as well as the same thing. We've actually split the corporate services department budget and allocated a specific division budget to legislative services. So same as what we did with OH&S. Under legislative services, we have the privacy management framework. This is a new requirement under FIPPA that came into place last year. And we also have $20,000 for ongoing records management projects. Under IT, we continue to see significant inflation on our licenses and permits. These are really things that are beyond our control, unless we want to do a wholesale change in the type of software we're using. So this is everything from Tempest to Microsoft to Adobe. This is the combined cost of that inflationary impact. And unfortunately, software's rate of inflation is far greater than any other rate of inflation that I'm aware of. We have the implementation of Office 365 coming this year, as well as we have a requirement under our cybersecurity insurance to have a penetration test done every other year. So this is one of those years. Under IT capital, we have the continuation of the implementation of the budget software for the finance department. We continue to maintain a $50,000 new emerging software fund. This is essentially for things that arise throughout the year. We may not necessarily know what we need until we find out we need it. So this is our contingency. And for the photocopiers, the same thing. We do our best to estimate their lifespan, but there is always, with the number of copiers we have, some form of failure that comes earlier than expected. The same goes for the large format printers or plotters. So overall, in the operating budget, all of the costs are either due to growth. So positions with the growth can be seen in HR, can be seen in IT. The pieces that are to do with council strategic priorities are those special project plans that predominantly fall under my specific responsibility, or encompass things like the engagement strategy or anti-racism. So these are the corporate services special projects. So Mr. Langenmeyer mentioned earlier that we've removed these one-time items out of our regular budget and moved them into a special project. That way it doesn't become part of that base budgeting year over year. As soon as the project is complete, that funding or budgeting requirement is no longer there unless there are ongoing implementation costs. And so we have $50,000 for the community safety office. And this really is just the engagement as well as the options analysis at a preliminary level. The city website, the engagement strategy, the privacy management framework, and the anti-racism strategy. So for the capital projects, the majority of these have already been covered. Land acquisition, this is one of those pieces where, as you know, acquisition and disposition is part of an in-camera. So I believe the council has been updated on what is entailed within that budget line item previously. For the server replacement, this is a regular occurrence around business continuity. The budget software has been touched on, the IT Tempest calls for service, that's also a carry forward from the previous year. The photocopiers I touched on, the SCADA backup cloud, so that's just the cost of storing data over time and is also part of business continuity requirements. And then you'll see in 2025, we've just put a placeholder in for an electronic records management system. Just so council is aware, the $15,000 is not representative of what it would cost to implement it. It's really just so we know that we need to address that area in the near future. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for your presentation, and I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, just a quick question about the special projects list. One of the items was our anti-racism strategy. And I believe that we funded a portion of that at some point. I'm just wondering if this is an additional amount or if it's been covered in previous.
It's a carry forward from previous years. There's no budget implication for this year.
Okay, thanks. Is any of the other items in that list a carry forward from previous years?
Yes, so I believe the large format plotter, the photocopiers, and the Tempest calls for service.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor McCollum. Maybe while I'm waiting, just as a follow-up, the only thing I had written down with the anti-racism strategy is if that's a one-time thing or it's been ongoing.
It's ongoing because it was identified last year in the 5-year plan is a $50,000 expense for the 5-year term. Really until we get into the development of the strategy and understand how much work, because that's part of the anti-racism approach, is the active or proactive dismantling of colonial systems. When we know what the recommendations are coming out of that strategy development, we'll then be able to create a longer term work plan. But I would imagine many of those recommendations, even if you think of something like redoing or reviewing existing HR policies, are pretty substantial projects in and of themselves.
Mhm.
And the anti-racism approach would apply to every service area within the entire city. So the $50,000 is the start. And then essentially council will have the options based on the recommendation in every budget year to determine how quickly what you're deciding to fund each year after that. But I put a placeholder in at 50,000 for the next 5 years.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. I appreciate that clarification. And Councillor Gilliker.
It's me. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I'm wondering, I think one of the things that we've been obviously hearing lots about is the need for more bylaw service hours. And you spoke about going to 7 days a week. Can you speak to, because we do get correspondence around statutory holidays and there was a line there, but if you can speak to what the rollout plan would look like for that, if this goes forward for the statutory and for weekends as well.
Sure. So all of the weekends will ideally be covered, as well as specific statutory holidays. So even though we haven't had it as like a stated policy, we have provided bylaw services on things like Canada Day. Essentially, the $21,000 in there assumes that we're going to have some stats that we will be providing service. It will not be all of the stats, so there will be a break in service specifically on certain stats, but not all.
Okay.
It really depends on what the community is doing on that weekend in particular.
Great, thanks for that. I don't think there's any other questions or comments or discussion, so thank you very much. Back to our regularly scheduled Mr. Langenmeyer.
See, I am back. Oh, I even had a corporate services slide with a picture. So you can definitely tell the slides that I've worked on because they're not very artistic.
Just the numbers.
Just the numbers. So getting right into it. I'm in charge of the financial services department and I get to talk about it today. We all do the fun stuff, financial planning, which is taking up a lot of my time right now. Payroll, business performance, procurement, risk management is one that I'm going to hit on a bit more today. So that one hasn't been talked about a whole bunch in the past. Our regular financial reporting, some fun changes coming to that this year for our financial statements. You'll hear about those in a couple months. And then our inventory we have. So my area isn't quite as big. We're seeing the majority of the change is a new person request in the budget analyst role. And being that the finance department is majority is wages, that's where you're seeing such a large inflation number, because that's where our 2% wage increases are coming from and our exempt wage increases. So what are we working on? We're well into the weeds on working on the social and Indigenous procurement policy. That one's been a really fun project that is continuing on. Council approved it or adopted it back in 2023, and it's really hitting the strides of how do we bring this into what we do with what we buy and how we act. Some boring bylaws are in the way or are in play. We still are waiting on this 6th Street multi-use active transportation bridge. First Street lift station, that project just has been re-tendered and we had some responses. And we will see another one for the Comox Road catchment replacement, formerly known as the Puntledge sanitary catchment replacement, just to confuse everybody a whole bunch. Other big items is we've moved the granting over to the Comox Valley Community Foundation, and we want to report back within a year. This council direction was how that's going. Furthermore, on the tip-top task list is our permissive tax exemption, how we're doing it. And sometime when we finish all that, we really want to finish off our budget software implementation, which will really, I'm excited for that one probably the most, allow for flexing the muscles of what the software can do and give better information going forward so we can really pull this information together in a much less labor intensive method so we can free up capacity to get on doing what we like to do, which is asset retirement obligations for our financial statements. Said no one ever. Municipal, the MRDT. So this is one we approve each year. This year we did the Appendix 1.8, which allowed us to use the online accommodation platform monies to go to specific affordable housing projects. And just last week, the week before, we received information that was approved. So it is not built into this budget yet because we just received the information, but it's a nice piece. There's about $914,000 available that we can action on into projects into the future. This is where I wanted to hit on to some of our risk management. So we pay about $630,000 in various insurances in the year. You might say, holy crackers, that's high. One of the pieces that has been surprising is that if you look at the inflationary factors on our insurance and over the last number of years, it's been relatively soft for inflation, which has been nice. But just in the last year, we've really seen that insurance market get harder. So our year-over-year increases for 22 to 24 are more substantial than we would think. But if you look at it over a longer term, it is pacing with inflation. The budget analyst position is the new ask for the year. We really want to get this process really well defined and get not as much of my input into the day-to-day of hammering to the numbers. I do like being right in with it, but we have a position, the business performance position, who's kind of been morphed into doing this budget work, which isn't the best fit for that role and wasn't the intention of that person's original role. The expected salary is $86,000 a year. Oh yes, I get to talk about the miscellaneous items. So this is where we capture MRDT payments going out, some City Hall common costs, and a bit of insurance and admin for the small church that is within the cemetery. Not a whole lot of change in this area. These expenses plug along. And I will speak to the CIO operating budget a bit, but my thing is now frozen. CIO's office. In recent years, this has been broken out into its own area. Prior, it was buried within corporate services. It is much clearer. The majority of these expenses in the CIO office are wages and legal and consulting fees. One of the pieces they're hitting on is tasked with the reconciliation action plan. And finally, before I get to leave once again, is our gaming funds. So this is one we bring back each year, gives a 5-year of what we anticipate for gaming revenue on the top row, and where we've had past council approvals for different spendings. This is all up to council. One of the pieces that we do see some variability in is how much the RCMP members are costing, because past council direction was that 2 members shall be funded from gaming And as the RCMP member prices rise, it's pushing upward pressure on the expenses coming out of the gaming fund. You'll note the projected balance in the gaming fund is at the bottom. We're at about 2 million and it's maintaining. So we're taking out about as much as we put in. Do we expect the gaming revenue to stay similar? Information I have, it's about right. We're not seeing any big growth in the casino, and we're not seeing any big declines in people's joy in gambling. And with that, I'm open to questions.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just a question on that MRDT slide. It looked like an expense. There's a cost. If you could just explain what that is.
That is the money going to for VI for doing the tourism type work. So we collect the MRDT money in and we pay for VI to do our
The work that goes with it.
yeah.
So
So flow
there's
through.
zero impact to taxation on that
That's
line
correct.
item.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, actually, well, speaking of the MRDT, there is an inflation dollar amount attached to that. But is that an assessment based on inflationary costs through the hotel years that we will get increased amount based on inflation that they'll be charging their clients with? Like, how are we calculating inflation on a dollar amount that is received to us from the province?
I look at what we've done historically, and the assumption is right. It's a percentage of the hotel fee. As those fees go up, our revenues have been ticking up slowly.
Sure. And I did ask staff about this. I'm hoping to get some clarification on if you go back to the slide on the gaming grants, specifically, as my concerns are around the first 3 lines under the annual grants for arts and culture. Now, those 3 organizations, we have fee-for-service agreements or some sort of agreement with annualized, and it's captured somewhere else in our budget. And so I was wanting clarification that in fact, these grants are not in addition to, or if these grants are dollar amounts that go into and feed those fee-for-service amounts.
That is correct. We have the fee for service. A portion of that fee is funded from taxation and a portion is funded from this game money.
Okay.
They come together to make the whole amount we're paying to these various groups.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. I don't see any further questions or comments, so but I do notice that we do have a great graphic here for questions. I just wanted to comment on that. All right, moving right along.
Thank you for being here today. We'll do a quick overview of the fire department budget for 2024. So the fire department continues to be responsible for the responses to emergency and non-emergency incidents. We perform fire inspections in the city and the protection district, fire investigations, public education, and also have had the emergency program added to our portfolio. Our department composition remains 7 full-time staff, 50 volunteers. We have 20 recruit firefighters that are at various stages of their training program. Our 2024 operating budget is coming in a little over 3.2 million, and our capital budget for this year is coming in over 2.5. Our strategic priorities for this year, from a capital perspective, we're continuing on with the satellite fire hall project. We have a carry forward project from last year, which is the replacement of one of our support vehicles. And we are replacing our breathing apparatus, self-contained breathing apparatus. Those are the tools that we use to go into environments that are full of smoke or poisonous gases, things like that. From an operating standpoint, we're looking to increase our full-time complement by 1 to have a training officer assistant. That's a full-time position. We are also looking to expand our weekend coverage program that was very successful at the tail end of 2023. Continuing on with our recruit training program and also working through the regulations that the government has just dropped in terms of emergency management and continuing to provide services through the regional emergency program. Oh, it's easier to see this way, I guess. From a budget standpoint, in terms of increases, growth is the area that has the largest number, most of those being in relation to our increased call volume that's happened over the past 4 years, and also increased costs in maintaining the fire hydrant system in the city. Next up then would be service level, which would be the driver for that would be the full-time employee for the delivery of training, and like everybody else, inflation. From a revenue standpoint, we do have a change this year. We entered into or re-upped our contract with the Courtenay Fire Protection District to provide fire protection services in their area. This new contract has a different method for determining the costs associated with it, which has increased our revenues by $188,000. And the term of this contract is for 5 years. We've also put in, and this is a little gray because while we've added in revenue that we can obtain through participating with the wildfires that have been plaguing the province for the last few years, we can only earn it if we get called or deployed, and we can only do that if we've got the resources available in our community to share with the rest of the province. So we did put in $50,000 this year. In years past, we've participated in 2017, 2018, didn't do anything in 19 or 20, and then back for 21, 22, 23. And the revenue generated from these deployments has been as much as I think it's 173,000 and as low as 25. So we just put $50,000 in it based on kind of the average over the last 3 years. Whether we get it or not, it remains to be seen. I will also say though that the outreach program that we provided during the last cold snap, we generated some revenue from EMCR to help with that, which will also be going in as revenue. And then we had did a flood watch during the last set of king tides when the weather was a little suspect. And again, we also got some money from EMCR to do that, to recover some of the costs. So we will be bringing in revenue, but it's very difficult to say like it's going to be X amount for the year. So just so everybody's understands what that looks like. Training officer assistant, again, we've talked about this for years with the impending construction of the East Side Fire Hall. We're going to have to expand our volunteer membership from 50 to 70. Having the training officer assistant will allow us to operate and maintain a training program to accommodate what the needs of the 70 people. We'll be able to divide our training nights into 2 nights. We will also be able to ensure that when the fire hall is completed, we will have trained personnel ready to respond to calls from that hall. It also will provide us an opportunity to provide some more in-house specialized training and some additional courses that we have to provide to maintain the level of service that we currently are. And the operational budget increase for this position, including benefits, is $115,200. As we know, our calls have increased. In 2020, we responded to 834. Last year, we responded to 1,455. So that's about a 74.5% increase in call volume over that time period. We're basically increasing our volunteer. The cost of these responses has gone up $118,000, and we're putting that in the budget to properly respect or capture what our actual expenses are. Because as you know, if the calls keep coming in, we're going to respond regardless of what the budget number is. So we're just trying to properly account for this increase. Firefighting equipment, again, most of that is inflation. We are increasing the number of turnout gear or number of sets of turnout gear that we're purchasing, so that to accommodate for the opening of the new fire hall. Turnout gear has basically a lifespan on it. So we're just trying to keep up with the standards, but also make sure that we're not going to be presenting a large number in the budget in 2028 to accommodate for the increase in staffing. Training, again, everything's going up when you bring in outside instructors to deliver courses like our Swiftwater Rescue. You're paying for their meals, you're paying for their hotels, and as we know that it's just getting very, very expensive to do that. That is one thing that we're going to be doing or targeting our training officer assistant position is by getting them the trainer courses. We won't be relying on outside people to come in and deliver the training, which should help out with the costs that we're currently paying. The summer weekend daytime coverage program, we're looking to make that a year-round service. So council approved the pilot project that we ran last year, hugely successful. I really can't emphasize how awesome it's been for the morale of the department. The interest is generated from our volunteers to come down and work on the weekends. It has reduced our general pages during that time period. So Saturday and Sunday, 8 in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon, by 50%, because we've got the people at the hall that are able to respond and deal with the calls that aren't as significant in nature, that only require a limited response. They're already there. So it's achieved the goal of giving people some more downtime so they can, enjoy their families and not continually, as you can see, we're busy, quite busy right now. It's also been very good for officer development. We've had people that have met the requirements of WorkSafe to be team leaders, if you will. They're now getting in the position to make some decisions, run some minor calls, basically develop the experience that when they get to 5-10 years of service or whatnot, then they would be eligible to become an officer and benefit the community with the expertise that they've gathered. And the increase for this is $37,800 to make this a full year-round project or program. Here's the slide that compares our department with the 6 departments on the north end of the island. Slide that we've all seen before, just with updated numbers. Again, Campbell River leads the way in terms of fire responses. Obviously, they're doing a lot of medical. We're second in fire responses, not too far behind them. You'll see that we only did 175 medical responses. We only go to medical calls if all the ambulances are busy and there's a 10-minute delay, and we only go to the calls that are very significant in nature. So your cardiac arrests and things of that nature. If we responded to the same types of calls that Campbell River does, you'll see in the box highlighted in yellow that we would have done another 2,690 calls. That's how many we turned down. I don't want to say turned down, but that's how many calls that didn't meet the level of service that we are currently providing. And then there's our operating budget totals in comparison with those other jurisdictions and their populations. So that's basically where we sit in comparison to everybody else from Powell River up. Capital projects. So this year we've got $2 million in for the new satellite fire hall. And then we'll have, we're in the process of getting some cost analysis done on different options. So the 2025 number might be bigger, might be smaller. Obviously, council will have to look at those and make the decision on that. The replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus, it's $500,000. We're currently working through finding, the best value and how we're going to approach that purchase. The $25,900, which is to carry over for the support vehicle that I spoke of earlier. And then you can see the map that we have for the next 5 years. And as Mr. Langenmeyer was graciously enough to let us know that this is all covered by capital reserves from the 2024 reserves for the capital stuff anyways. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much. It's generated some interest. I'll start with Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kurt. I'm wondering what determines how many people go on a call out, particularly for some of the urban issues that you're dealing with, which represents a fairly significant increase in the fire department's work. I realize that well, actually, I don't realize. I'm a little confused because I saw a fire truck in City Hall the other day with 6 staff dealing with 1 person. So I'm just curious what the standards are that the requirements that determine how many people would actually go on a call out.
Good question and a complicated one. So you've got 2 branches. You've got emergency calls and non-emergency calls. Non-emergency calls would be along the lines of smoke alarm going off in person's house at 2 o'clock in the morning, an open burn on a residence, maybe a strange smell in an electrical room. We would send one individual, they would respond, get there, do an assessment, figure out what's going on, and then add in more resources as needed. Because we're a volunteer department, if it's an emergency call, so that would be a cardiac arrest in the case of a medical, dumpster fire, car fire, whatnot, we do a general page. We don't have certainty as to who's going to show up. That's why we have a department of 50 people. We've also decided years ago that we would roll with 6 on an engine. The reason why we do that is because volunteer members want to help. It provides them an opportunity to go out and do that and gives us lots of hands. So as soon as the pager goes off, whether we've got 10 people show up or all 50, 6 people on an engine, 6 people on a ladder, 6 people on rescue. We do have the small vehicle that we do roll to the medical calls. However, as we're finding that our call volume is increased, we're starting to have overlapping calls. So you might have seen an engine down at City Hall for a medical call because we were tied up at another one. It was 2 days ago and I haven't looked at my phone to see exactly that particular instance. Today, for example, we were involved with the Wounded Warrior. We were basically leading a parade of the individuals that were participating in that. We had 6 people on the truck. On their way back, we had a medical call. That engine went to that call rather than the 4 because we already had it on the road. So there's lots of things that go into it, but at the end of the day, we want to try to get 6 people on the truck so the volunteers are getting the experience and also the reward for coming down, making the effort to get to the fire hall.
Thanks, and that's my one question.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. And on to Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to comment actually that it's interesting to see revenue coming in and just to obviously know that we don't really want that revenue because most of that revenue is coming from people in not good circumstances. So I just thought it was interesting to see revenue coming in but the reason for that is because there's, not great stuff happening. So.
Yeah, I don't like talking about it, as you could probably tell, just for
Yeah.
that very reason. I mean,
Yeah.
you feel like you're profiting from other people's misery, but at the end of the day, we are helping.
Yeah.
In some cases, we're supplementing a service provided by others that isn't meeting, the requirements or, meeting the need. So, we do have to cover.
No, I
stuff.
absolutely support it, and I know our members have been amazing, and we got really great feedback about during the cold weather and the service that the members provided to people unhoused in the elements and helping them, assisting them and stuff. So, yeah, always good work coming out of the fire department. Thank you.
Oh, I will comment on that actually there has been, again, unexpected benefits. And not that we're starting to get called out to more of those medical calls and have more interactions with them, through burning and stuff like that. But because we were out helping when it was really cold and that, the interactions definitely have become a lot more positive. Not that they were negative to begin with, but it's just a lot. It's just a lot better. So it's been very positive for our members as well. Like it definitely was something that worked out better than you could ever imagined. So it's good.
Excellent. I had maybe just a follow up on one of Councillor Moore's questions on the budgeted amount of $50,000 just as kind of like a placeholder for revenue. Is that pretty much going to be like, if you look at what the expenses are going to be, wages, maintenance, wear and tear on equipment, does that kind of wash out a little bit, or is that much lower, or the wages paid separately, et cetera?
Generally, that's the net. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So for example, a couple of years ago, the rates for an engine with 4 people on it was an all found rate of $648. So 12 hours times 648. Less your wages, less your fuel, whatever, then the net goes in, comes back in as revenue, and then would actually a lot of the first two, so the 2017 and the 2018 deployments, revenue earned from those went actually towards the purchase of the aerial ladder truck that we picked up in 20 to 2022, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Cause yeah,
Yeah.
when I just saw it as revenue, I was like, does that could offset with something, but that it's actually the net revenue.
The intention is for it to be the net, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks so much for that clarification. Councilor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks very much. I wonder if we could roll back to the slide that had the light vehicles on it.
Okay,
And
you're asking.
do you think we might see that? I mean, have we
Yeah.
been saving up for that? It looks like we have an expense coming up. I guess over the 4 years of replacing a lot of vehicles. In 2027, you expect to, am I all right? Replacement, oh, that's the pumper truck. But under light vehicles, there's also like $1 million expenditure in 2026. Have we been saving up for those vehicles?
So those would be funded through capital reserves.
Yeah.
I will defer though to, there we go. It's funded through capital reserves, which we have been saving for. And then again, historically, money that we have earned through the deployments has gone to offset some of those costs. The 2026, that's the look at a new piece of apparatus to our community, which would be kind of dual purpose medical and wildfire. The 1.2 in 2027 is to replace an engine that will be reaching end of life. It'll hit its 20 years in 28, so you'll start the project in 27. And then what'll happen is that engine will be kicked into reserve status. And then the 1995 that we have currently is a reserve engine. It'll be sold for scrap.
I see. I just caught the light vehicles. And so that's one vehicle in 26 for $945,000.
That is correct, yes.
Ah,
A very nice vehicle.
must be a really nice, probably not that light.
Well, and not that late.
It's not light on a pocketbook.
And again, these are just estimates. The market with fire apparatus right now is highly volatile. In some cases, before you used to put your order in a year in advance, now they're looking at 2.5, 3 just to get on the production line because of, supply chain and everything else like that. So it is changing and those numbers could change, could be higher, could be lower. We'll see, but
Thanks for the clarification.
there you go.
And I think Mr. Garbutt had a comment as well.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council generally. The new legislative changes that include DCCs for fire we're very, very hopeful that will help us. I couldn't speak directly to vehicles and fire vehicles themselves, but certainly there's a lot of discussion as it relates to that. And also, I think there's quite a bit of discussion that you may hear at your tables, AVICC, UBCM, about provincial pressure or requests to the province to pay for medical supplies related to our medical responses. And these are really important items that we do, but taking them out of general taxpayer dollars is something that's quite challenging. So we'll stay on top of that, but news hopefully coming on the DCC and front.
Thanks for that. I don't see any further questions or comments, so I think another great slide for questions, but I think we're done. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And back to Mr. Langenmeyer.
Nice to be here once again. Today I get to talk about police, or RCMPs, we call them here. Police budget. They have a bit of revenue in there. The majority of that is the reimbursement of the cost of keeping prisoners for other towns' prisoners. We also have some fingerprinting fees and false alarm fees. That one is a nice one. So if your alarm goes off too much and it continues to go off and they keep getting calls, we bill you for that. Looking at this, though, what I really want to bring your attention to is that bottom line. Even with the rising costs of RCMP, we have seen some reductions in office rent. So that's what they charge us to build their space. They have brought that down slightly. And that's set by the federal government there. But the big number at the bottom, the change of 209,000. So what we've done this year is historically we have funded 29.4 positions. We have a total authorized strength of 31.4 RCMP members. Over the years, the RCMP bills for the actual amount of people they have on the ground doing work. That has been lower than 29.4. So this year, we're really looking at it. If we continue to tax at a rate of 29.4 members, but we're only seeing, say, 24 or 25 members show up, we're constantly producing surpluses. So what we've done is we reduced that by an additional member, and we're only going to tax for 28.4 RCMP members. Currently, an RCMP member is $237,000 a piece. The municipality pays 90% of that. Municipalities under or between 5,000 and 15,000 pay 70% of RCMP costs, and municipalities under 5,000 do not pay towards RCMP directly. It's not a choice of council how much to fund. It's dictated through the provincial government. So bringing this all together, we have the RCMP, 2 members being funded from gaming. We have traffic fine revenue that we get of $272,000. That goes directly to fund our CMP officers. So we bring a total police expense of about $8.5 million. When we wrap up all the funding that comes in the various sources for RCMP, we have $861,000, which leaves about $7.6 million to be funded by the taxpayer. That represents 22% of our total tax take. So overall, as a single line, RCMP are our single biggest item. And that's all there is for it this year.
Excellent.
Good question slide.
Oh, in the question slide. Very nice. Councillor Helene.
Thanks, Mayor. I think the report says here that we're putting 250,000 into the police contingency reserve for this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me, on the report, what page?
Page 6 of 29 of the general fund financial plan.
Yes, so the RCMP reserve is set by bylaw, and we can contribute up to 250,000 per year into that reserve based on the last year's actuals for RCMP. So when we have a surplus in RCMP costs, we put it into reserve.
Right. So, and my understanding is that that is there in case we have exceptional charges like a murder case and that type of thing.
That is correct.
Yeah. Any idea how much we have as a total in that reserve fund, and to what extent it's been drawn down in the last few years?
So in the bylaw, the optimum balance of the reserves fund is 750,000. We have a bit more than that as we've had interest earned on that. This is actually an item you'll see me bring up within the next year of requesting a change to that optimum balance. I'd like to bring it up higher so we have more ability to put money away when we have a big RCMP surplus, and to increase that buffer when we have something that occurs.
Okay, but if nothing is spent out of that reserve over the course of a year, we maintain it at 750,000. Is that what you're saying?
That's our goal.
Yeah.
The interest earned in that 750 will stay in that reserve, so you'll be above the reserve amount every year.
Okay, where do we get a report that indicates to what extent we've had to draw on that reserve if there has been some exceptional murder case or whatever else we cover?
And Mr. Garbett wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. In the 3 years, almost 3 years in April that I joined, I'm not aware of the significant draws on that. Mr. Langemeyer we're going to be discussing specifically protective services, the future of protective services, which includes our fire department and our CMP. Council is aware that they've been talking about a new RCMP facility for a long time. We have a changing environment as it relates to our neighbors in Comox and Cumberland in the next census cycle. And so we have some work to do. We have work internally planned on how we work with the RCMP, and we have an incoming detachment commander. So anticipate that in probably between Q2 and Q4 of 2024, we bring forward some detailed information about the RCMP and some strategies on a go-forward basis. Council, the 2018, at the end of the 2018 council and the beginning of our 2021 colleagues around the table, we've had a considerable number of conversations about the RCMP, the cost of the RCMP, how to adequately support the RCMP and address community needs. Earlier on the agenda today, we talked about policing priorities. We recognize that it hasn't received a lot of attention, and it is an extremely important and costly service. And I anticipate with the new detachment commander, we're going to have a lot of good discussions about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Mayor, I think that perhaps you're giving me a bit of leeway, given that my one question has a number of different parts to it. I guess I just don't understand how if the reserve fund isn't drawn down because there hasn't been an exceptional circumstance and we put another $250,000 into it each year, it would grow significantly beyond that 750,000. And I'm just not sure how that gets accounted for.
So looking at it closer, each year, we also budget 250,000 to come out to fund to offset the tax impact of the RCMP. But since we're never hitting the maximum cost for the RCMP, the surplus that doesn't go back into the RCMP reserve ends up in the city's general operating surplus. So if there's more savings realized, due to the limitation on how much we can put into the reserve, the remainder follows through to what we call the unappropriated surplus.
Mr. Garber.
Thank you. I just really appreciate those questions. I just for council's reference, and Ms. O'Connell, who is also, we've kind of a dual, we have two people involved with our RCMP service, just for council's reference. So if we have a major crime in the IHIT group, which is involved, that can average between 750 and $1 million. So we may have some monies there, but this does happen in communities on a semi-regular basis, and we've been quite fortunate that we haven't had that. But we need to make sure that we're in a position, and we do know that we do have some unallocated surplus that absorbs this, because no one is going to be there to help us when we have to pay those bills, and they often stretch across multiple years. So we have to be in a financial position to meet our obligations with our RCMP partners. But I just wanted to share that, and I appreciate Ms. O'Connell, giving us a little bit of background in that regard.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Adam. I just wanted to ask a little bit about, I guess it's a perennial thing that we never get quite as many RCMP as we'd hoped to have. And it looks like last year we ended up only spending about 71% of our budget we budgeted 8.4, we spent just over 6. Is that by my recollection, that's a fairly typical disjunction between what we're budgeting and what we actually get in terms of RCMP? Is there any thought ever to adjusting the amount that we're budgeting, given that it seems to be a perennial thing, that it's quite a substantial, and then that of course goes into the prior year's surplus?
Yes, for this year, we reduced the number of members funded by 1. So in the past, we funded 28.1 or 29.1. We brought that down to 28.1. So a $237,000 reduction in the budget. We have to.
I appreciate that. I was just wondering if we were looking at sort of the bigger picture, because I mean, obviously 2.4 million, that's a significant amount of
yeah. And
resource.
Mr. Garber just wanted to make a quick comment.
Thank you, through the mayor. Excellent question. And we are constantly having this discussion about what is the appropriate amount to budget. When Island Inspector and our detachment community came together with council, they explained that they have based on our policing needs, they would like to have all of the 31 people in place. They've brought in a strategy for British Columbia that's designed to fill, because we're not the only detachment that is short on members. So we anticipate, and through the work that we're going to do next year, and probably later this year and into next year, to get a good strategy, because we don't want to tax too much, but we also want to make sure that we are in a good position to deliver those policing services. The work that will happen will help inform our next financial plan, but we would say we are being conservative in the single member reduction. And we do have some other strategies we're thinking about in sort of like kind of a augmented reserve to really tax appropriately. But we need to be careful that we do the right work based on the information that Island Inspector Carfenton briefed both our council, and then when they talked to the whole island about their approach, they are feeling like their BC-centric recruiting will be extremely fruitful. And I would anticipate that the incoming detachment commander will brief council on how they're, what the recruiting looks like for us. But the approach that we're recommending for 2024 is to reduce by one member, and then we'll continue to develop a financial plan to respond if they fill all those seats.
Mayor, can I ask what that one, Paul? Thanks. I was noticing as a consequence of reducing it by a member that the RCMP budget went up, I think 2.9% from last year. But and this may be just something we want to, in terms of communicating, we talk about the cost drivers in the memo on page 2, and we list 3 main ones, and one of those 3 is the RCMP. But it seems like in the end, because we've reduced by one member, the RCMP amount is only going up by less than 3%. So I'm just trying to reconcile that being a major driver and that being not a significant increase compared to others. That said, of course, I recognize it is the largest single line item and nothing will change that. But I'm more talking about the relative increase and how we characterize it.
I don't have a response to that. That's very accurate. What I've presented is something that we can manage that change. So if we didn't change anything and continue with the status quo, RCMP would be a big driver. And I really wanted to highlight that it continues to be. If you look at the RCMP per member costs over the last 4 years, it has increased substantially. So yes, we are not taxing as much for this year, but it's still an impactful piece.
Thanks for that. And Mr. Garbett has a comment as well.
Sorry. Along the RCMP line, we do remember that we have incoming equipment in the form, and I believe that hasn't been included in this budget, in the body worn cameras, as well as the software and personnel that's going to be required to manage that. And as of this financial plan, we're not sure exactly when that will land. It's in pilot, I think, in parts of Canada, but I think again, at the island session with Inspector Carfenton, they had said that it's coming. So currently we've taken a step to manage it, but it will continue as those items land. And I believe that from a public safety and accountability perspective, it's seen as being very important to have that roll out. But there is very significant costs as well as personnel related to managing that information, which we will hear more, I guess, to stay tuned on that when it rolls out.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. And Councillor Moore.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Well, listening to all that, I now have 2 questions, so I might have to wait in the queue for the second one. But just following up on what Councillor Hillian was talking about with the contingency. So regardless of where a major crime may occur, whether it's in Cumberland or Comox or the regional district, is Courtenay the only local government that would pay into that, pay for that IHIT?
Thank you very much, Councillor Morin. So the way that IHIT works is it's actually on the jurisdiction in which the crime either occurred or where the indication of the crime occurred. So in my past experience, as an example, when I worked for Squamish, there was a body dump that took place in Squamish where the actual crime took place in Surrey, but Squamish incurred 100% of the IHIT costs. So it kind of depends on.
So sorry, say that again, the person.
So the crime itself, like the murder took place in another municipality, but the body was found in Squamish.
Oh, okay.
So Squamish took on 100% of those costs, but they contribute, which is a bit different than what we do. So we build reserves here in order to cover those crime related costs. So that's all your forensics and the things you see happening on TV. Whereas the Lower Mainland municipalities and Squamish is included in that area, they contribute to an IHIT fund, and it's basically like a co-op. So because they have lots of municipalities that all pay into this, whether or not you use it or not, the money is gone every single year. So it's essentially an insurance plan is how the Lower Mainland works. Here we build the reserve. In the event that there is something that occurs, we draw from that reserve to cover those exceptional costs.
So that means that all the other local governments here would be responsible as well?
100%. Yeah,
Okay.
for the pieces that take place within their own municipality.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
And to the, yeah, yeah, so, and as they, you know, Comox's population is increasing in Cumberland, those dollar amounts are just gonna continue to go up. Or does that really affect, that just affects their base cost, not the IHIT, yeah. Councillor Schuliker.
Thanks, Mayor. Going back to Councillor Cole Hamilton's comments, just so I'm clear here, we spent only 71% of our budgeted amount for last year for 2023. It was about 2 million. And the recommendation is to decrease the FTEs by 1, the funded FTEs by 1, which is about 237,000. And so I guess I'm just curious in our forecasting for this budget that we're considering, how we reconcile actuals from this fiscal that we're finishing to base our upcoming budget, if there's in fact such a large discrepancy. And so I've got that question. I do have another question about that same piece, so I'll pass it to you.
Looking at the actual spend in 2023, we received a substantial reduction due to the federally charged for employees that would have been working at the RCMP detachment in the prior year. So they had budgeted 9, but we had more move over into the municipal world. So in 2022, essentially we were billed too much. In 23, they recognized that and gave us a big reduction. So when you're seeing a budget to actual for 2023, you'll be looking at me like, we're well underspent, but that is not the true representation of the costs of that service this year. When I received that information and when I made the projection of what the RCMP expenses should be, I took into consideration that one-time refund is not an ongoing thing. We need to adequately budget for what the true expectation of the cost will be. And so I really want to highlight that 23's actuals are about $1 million less than they should have been.
Under contracted services.
That's correct, the RCMP contract.
Okay. Thanks.
Great, thanks. And that may have generated more questions, Councillor Warren.
This is a second question. And it's really about hopefully looking in future around how we're funding public safety. I know in the engagement strategy or the engagement process, it was quite polarized. Like some of the people said they wanted more police, some wanted less. I think it was clear that they wanted more bylaw. And you know, there have been lots of studies over the years, and there was one just recently by the University of Toronto, which talks about how police budget increases may not reduce crime rates in Canadian cities. And it's a pretty significant study. And I'm not saying taking money out of public safety, but I'm wondering if we can have an opportunity in future to really take a look at this part of our budget that takes up, you know, 22%, and how can we spend that differently? Because if our goal is to reduce crime, it's not necessarily equating. And is there a way to look at, putting money into crime prevention tools rather than, or the roots of, the root causes of crime. Anyway, I won't go on and on about the study. I'm sure many people here have read it. It's pretty clear though that that increased budgets are not equating to a lowering crime rates. So I'm hoping that that is something that we can explore more, maybe next budget cycle ahead of time. Really looking at the budget and where we want the money to go to really achieve what our goals are. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was just thinking just a moment further about that whole cost driver piece, and I'm just hoping that maybe in the final version of the budget, we could amend what the cost drivers are. Like, I understand what you're saying, that it has the potential to be a large cost driver, and often has been, and that increases are often significant in the cost. But given that, again, it's like 2.9%, I think just for public understanding, and I think the document speaking to, what is changing the costs, I think anyway, I'd like to see a change in that in the final version, because it's hard to argue that 2.9% increase is one of our top cost drivers.
And what I was going to say, and if as we're getting presented this information, if council has an alternate or an amended thing that they would like to suggest, that's a possibility as well. And the only comment I wanted to make just before we start potentially discussing that is when we talk about the extra foot patrols we're doing, that those get absorbed into the costs already, because there's usually a bit of that surplus. But I wonder if it makes sense, if now that we know it's kind of probably going to be an annual thing, if we would want to have that as a line item, just so we can know that that's being funded somehow, or maybe it's not necessary. But just that was my one comment. But I'll pass it over to.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just wanted to clarify that last comment was not about changing the budget. I think it's changing the way we explain the budget to the community, because it's just not a major cost driver this year, thankfully, but obviously has the potential to be in future. And I think it just, the credibility of the way we explain it would be enhanced if we didn't include that.
Okay, appreciate that. And I don't see any further questions or comments for discussion. So on to the next department. We'll play some music. Do, 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 do.
All right.
All right, and Ms. Wade, you may just need to pull that microphone closer. There we go.
Good evening. Thank you for my first budget to present to you this evening. It's been an interesting year with development services, starting off on a path of discovering and exploring, and then having the atmospheric river thrown at us. So it's been an interesting few months. So first of all, I wanted to talk a little bit about the department itself. We've been working towards developing progression within the department. We recently have brought forward the planning technician role so that we can have a planning tech, planner 1, planner 2, planner 3 position that is currently empty. So we're having some progression in there and building it. So we've been working on that, and we do have 18 full-time employees. We do have some vacancies, and we are advertising currently right now for the manager of development engineering. I wanted to just talk a little bit about the department. We are responsible for the land development, and we look at the public interests and follow what the city's adopted land development policies are, and of course, strategic priorities and regulatory documents. And we have to look towards the federal and provincial regulations and look at the combination of all those, and when we make decisions in land use planning and development. So one of the things you'll notice in here is we have 4 divisions. So historically, the business licensing has been within the building inspection and permitting, and we have pulled it out because it is its own division of which we have bylaws, revenues, and expenses for. So I just wanted to note that because that would have been a change from previous presentations. I wanted to talk a little bit about the development services strategic priorities. Basically for 2024, we have the OCP update. Now, originally that was dealing with implementation with a $35,000 budget. But that has been further increased in the scope of work with the new provincial regulations. So we are tasked with also looking at implementation in regards to the new provincial regulations, still meeting council's strategic priorities. We were to update and phase in the zoning bylaw changes. This has been expedited with the new provincial regulations. We will also have to address some of the regulations with the new regulations under Bill 44 and look at if there's any gaps with the current OCP. The Harmston Avenue Local Area Plan was in the budget to be completed for 2023. That has been carried forward and is in 2024. And we have put budget in to accommodate for that. The subdivision and development servicing bylaw updates are underway. These two will be impacted by the provincial regulations. We are looking at including green initiatives like bioswales into our road classifications, which we are currently underway. In regards to one thing that was a strategic priority for formalizing and making development procedures more efficient, we have council has adopted the new development procedures bylaw, and we're in the process of implementing that this year, which will include digital application forms and looking at expediting the processing of those applications within the department, and that is underway right now. The development cost charge update. So that was underway. Now our development cost charges bylaw has a little curveball thrown at it with the new provincial regulations. So we will be expanding this to cover some of the components that the bill has provided for us to do, which I can talk about later. And then also with amenity cost charges, that wasn't something that was on council's strategic priorities. So but it is a strategic priority because it's a new item, and we do have to address this because of the changes with the community amenity contribution policies that are in fact with the new regulations. The Development Affordable Housing Reserve Fund policy, we did manage to do the non-market rental housing, affordable housing waiver for the DCC, and we still have further work to do, which will be underway this year as well as to the housing reserve policy. We've also been tasked with reviewing city property for partnerships with BC Housing. That is underway. We've been updating council, and that will continue to progress. So here's our atmospheric river. I like that phrase. So here's Bill 44 and 46 and 35. So these 44 is what we call the SHMU, which is a small scale multi-housing developments for the zoning. 46 is dealing with a lot of the amenity contributions and financing, and 35 is the short-term rental. So one thing we are tasked with doing, and I'm going to bring all these up because when we go into our operating budget, you'll see that we've had to restructure, reschedule, add. And so these bills have impacted what council's strategic priorities were and expanded the scope of the work for the department. So with the short-term rental, that was a council strategic priority. It's been expedited. It will come into effect May 1st. So we will be amending the business licensing bylaw to have rules and regulations about short-term rental aligning with provincial regulation. We will also have to update the zoning bylaw to define short-term rental and how it will be applied. Also, the one thing we have to do is update the population projections in the OCP because it's currently only on a 5-year instead of a 20-year. So under the new regulations, we must do a 20 years projection. And we have to have that done by January 1st, 2025. We're also required to update the housing needs assessment. It must align with the provincial regulation framework, which we have not received yet. But through the CBRD, we are updating the housing needs assessment, which is underway, but it is in the old framework and not the new framework. So there'll be some adjustments going with that. But that has to be done again by January 1st, 2025. We also have to look at the amending the OCP to align with the updated housing needs assessment and population and growth management. And all that has to be done by the end of December 31st, 2025. In regards to the SHMU regulations, that is right before us right now, and staff is undertaking and working on that. It is has to be adopted by council by June 30th. And we are working away on that diligently at the moment. The DCC projects have been expanded and we can now include fire facilities. We can include solid waste facilities and police facilities. And in addition, we can deal with Ministry of Transportation highway projects and look at cost sharing with them as well. So all those would have to be run through a formula based on the projected growth population so we can figure out what the fees are. So that's an expansion of the DCC project. The development, we have to develop the amenity cost charges, and that will replace the community contributions policy. This will include recreation centers, libraries, community centers, and other things, which we do not know yet. We are waiting to hear what those regulations are, but they are to be associated with new growth in areas associated with the SHMU regulations to help municipalities put the amenities in place for those areas. So overall in the budget, we've done some restructuring with taking business licensing out, making its own division. So you'll see some minuses and pluses in areas. We've also taken out the major projects that were previously either under contracted services or purchase services or another line item. And we've simplified this all to purchase services and then taking out the big projects like the OCPs, the zoning, the subdivision, the DCCs, local area, and put it into special projects. The rest is carry forward some inflationary costs with wages and benefits. There's been a little reduction in the business licensing revenue just because we had some pretty significant big projects. So we've lowered that a little bit. And then basically the budget reflects where it's at today. A lot of it, you'll see that we have one-time grants in there that we're receiving in regards to the additional work, and some of the scope has been expanded because of the additional work through the new regulations, and also to identify some of the projects that were underfunded that needed some more money. So our special projects have been pulled out. And the one thing that we have done here too is to cast forward so that we're aligning with the regulations that we need to do with updates. And the idea is that we have to look at things every 5 years. And that has been in the LGA in the past, but it's also becoming very much more, the province is going to be reviewing us that we do these things with the new regulations. So the money has been cast forward to do that work. And so we have the building bylaw updates, the zoning bylaw updates, business licensing, DCC, and an ACC. It'll be a separate bylaw. And then the subdivision and development servicing bylaw, OCP, and then the Harmston local area. So you can see there's quite a few special projects, and there's a few of them that are going to be regularly repeating. Something like the Harmston local area plan is a one-time project. but we will have other local area plans that we have to address moving forward. So this just highlights some of the budget changes that I've been talking to as we work through these slides. And it is about, business licensing being pulled out, addressing inflationary increases in wages and benefits, how we've moved the major projects into special projects. We've added future budget for those bylaws so that we're forecasting and in preparation for those regulations and updates that we'll need to do. We do have a one-time complete communities grant, which is $150,000, which has to be completed by the end of August of this year. And it is underway, and it's about spatial analysis and looking at growth and how it will impact all our services, transportation, active transportation, water, sewer. So it is a significant piece of work in which we're leading it and integrating with various other departments. And it will also inform subdivision servicing bylaw and DCCs. I talked briefly about the adjustment in building permits, and then we have the one-time fee for the $150,000 for Harmston local area plan. We've added in some money in regards to that because a local area plan takes about $150,000 to do. A one-time local government capacity grant we just received, which was $286,000, and that's to help us with our new housing regulations, and we've spread that out over the budget in the various special projects, what it's associated with. And I also want to note with the one-time complete communities, we have put some of that money into the other special projects so that we have the money to support the projects we need to get done. And I just briefly wanted to highlight on just affordable housing because I know it's a top of mind topic for council, and just highlighting that, the city is building relationships with BC Housing and private landowners. We're having good conversations about purpose-built rental housing right now and foresee some of that coming in. And we just found out that through the MRDT, the online accommodation and platform funding has been approved. So we have that money, which will be adjusted into the financial plan bylaw, and that it's one of the things is to allocate it for the housing action plan. Then I also wanted to just say that with the SHMU, there's pre-zoning, so it does reflect the CACs but it increases housing supply. And the SHMU is a specific project, and then we'll be looking at the creation of ACCs to support the infrastructure for growth areas, for the livable areas in the community where new growth is. Just want to talk a little bit that the CBRD, there is a relationship, a role for the CBRD and a role for the city, and that in their budget, they're looking at the emergency land shelter acquisition and homeless supports, and the RGS is looking at the housing needs assessment and the housing action plans. But we will have to, with our own plans, inform and align with the overarching plans that are coming in. So that's a work for staff as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Fantastic. Great presentation. I really appreciate it. And we'll start with Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Marianne. I just wanted to ask about one piece there. I guess it's a new storm front on the atmospheric river, which is at the UBCM conference. Minister Kahlon announced that there would be, because the ACCs don't include provisions for affordable housing contributions, that inclusionary zoning will be introduced as a tool this spring to do that. I didn't see it listed up there, but would that get folded into the DCC, ACC kind of line item in terms of just costing out that one more piece of work that's being handed to you by the province?
Well, I'd have to see what the regulations are, and I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Usually with inclusionary zoning, it's about how you would include something in through the zoning bylaw and the OCPs. And I'm not sure what he meant about financial recovery with inclusionary, because the other thing that we need to address is housing density policy, because one piece that we can look at is having If there's a base zoning, we can bring in the housing density bonusing, which was a strategic priority of councils as well. And so we're going to be looking at that as we move forward with the zoning bylaw, because that allows us to do inclusionary zoning, but it also is about how do you deal with the density that is beyond what's there. So we have a few tools that, and I wish I could give you more, but
Yeah.
we're waiting for those as well. But and we're just drinking from the fire hose right now.
But from a budgetary perspective, I guess those new pieces can get folded into the line items that you have there. There's enough resources there for new things as they continue to
Yes.
roll on towards us. Okay, thanks, Mary.
Okay.
And who knows, maybe they'll come out with even more in the near future. Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Yeah, there's no shortage of work to wrap our minds around going forward this year. I had a question about some of the grant funding that was announced by the province recently in relation to all this work that's being handed off. And I think your slide showed that it was 286,000. Is that correct for the work coming out of the new legislation?
Yeah, I think the actual title was incentives for capacity building, municipal incentives for capacity building.
Is that included in the budget at this point? I just couldn't find where it connected in the revenues section, and I didn't see it on your slide. And then there was the $150,000 grant for Harmston. And there's a grant or some one-time funding listed for 75,000. And I'm wondering, is that the grant split over two years? I'm just trying to figure out how those grants are tied in with the slide.
So the $75,000 is money that was in the budget previously that has been carried forward. And then, and it wasn't in the 2024 budget, it was in 2023 and it needed to be pulled forward. And then the grants themselves, the proportion of that has been reflected in the special projects. So if we have money, it's going into the special projects. One, and I don't know, you're right. So I might look to my colleague.
Yeah, it might be a question for Adam.
Yeah.
Mr. Langenmeyer.
I'm gonna look and dig it up because that was one number that isn't in here in my
Thank you.
mind.
Standing by.
You don't have every number memorized.
Yeah.
Well, Adam's looking that up. I also had a question about, you had a list of special projects there, and one of the lists was an OCP bylaw update. And I just wanted to clarify, is that there was a mention of a requirement of updating some of our population projections, but just given how recently we adopted that, I'm just wondering if you can expand on what the work is that's related to that project specifically.
Yes, so one is the population projections. They're on a 5-year instead of 20-year, so that has to be adjusted. We're also looking at the housing needs component. We also have to update the schedules that will reflect the DCC's projects and that overall schedules to inform what we can do. We're going to have to actually look at some of the development permit areas in relation to make sure that we're following the regulations with the SHMU, because the DPs can't be in a position that would prohibit density. They have to be able to mitigate and support. So there's quite a bit of fine tuning that we have to do to go through the OCP for alignment, and any gaps that are recognized, we're going to have to address it as well. The population being one of the biggest ones, it'll have a big impact.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's helpful. It sounds like there's plenty to revisit there. I have another question, but I'll get back in the queue.
Thanks so much to Councilor McCollum. And Mr. Langenmeyer, did you have an answer?
I did. It's captured under the fiscals and other services revenue buried within miscellaneous grants, so it's in there. Just in a different place.
Yeah.
Which page? It's in your, you will not see it as a single line item in the appendix of the financial plan. It is in the appendix and it would be captured in the third page. Under general revenue, there's a $5,025,000 line. Within there, it's one of the items that makes up that $5 million line.
We'd have to have special software to drill down and see the actual, that one item within that. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, thanks for finding that. Much appreciated. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm happy that this slide is up because my questions were primarily around this. So in the staff report, it speaks to how these special projects are going to be funded. And your slide, one of your slides lists a few of the grants that we have, and portions of one grant will be going to this. And then we have the provincial funding as a result of the bill. But we also have the Housing Accelerator Fund that we've applied for. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to, if we are successful in that application, where that funding will go to support, if at all, any of these projects. And assuming that that is funding that we will get, that will mean that we have some surplus in the ways that we are planning to fund this now. So kind of two questions. Yeah.
Saw how you did that. Sorry.
Yeah, so yes, we don't know about the Housing Accelerator Fund yet, so the budget doesn't reflect any of that right now. And once we know about that, then we would look at amending the financial plan to reflect that and where we would place the revenues that we would get from that, because it's based on a plan that is outlined over 3 years and building permits and stuff. And so there would have to be some adjustments in regards to that. But the funding can be used for things like efficiencies in applications. It can be used for incentives for various housing. It can also be used for research and some staffing. So those are kind of the high level ones. And we had quite a detailed submission that outlines the various components within it. So the main idea of it is to get housing built and to give us various tools to do that. And then incentivizing is one of the big ones in there.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get back in line. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question about the business licensing. It looks like we've maybe just moved that from another department. I don't know if it was maybe not previously in development services. Just because there's no previous or base, so I'm assuming that that's a transfer from somewhere. But my question was actually around the short-term rental bylaw, because we will be bringing in business licensing associated with that. And I realize it's early days, but it seems like a good opportunity to make a comment around where that might be going, in that this regulation and administration of this going forward, and then the costs that are now also being incurred by the city to manage these further regulations. I think that we want to consider in that bylaw fee, maybe not defaulting to what we would charge a regular business, but look to it as a means of recouping costs, and possibly, I know some municipalities charge quite a lot for those business licenses, and I don't know if we want to go quite as far as Victoria or Tofino went, but I think it would serve us to look at the full cost of administering it and not just charge our regular business license fee. So it's not really a question, it's more a comment.
Through the mayor to Councilor, I just to clarify, I just want to clarify that the business licensing was always in development services, but it was within the building services department. So we pulled it out so that we could clearly track it. And there's other components to it because we have 3 different types of business licensing. which my colleague and I have talked about a little bit about how we move that forward with when we move forward with intermunicipal, municipal and all that. So, yeah. And then just to talk a little bit too about the short-term rental, yes, staff will definitely research those fees and make some recommendations within the guidance of the regulations as well.
Right, thanks for that. I don't see any further questions or, oh, sorry. Councillor Hilliard.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to comment briefly on the Harmston Local Area Plan, which I'm really enthusiastic about. But given all the increases in costs, I'm hoping that maybe the scope of that will include how we can generate some revenue out of that piece of land. It seems to me that with the way finances are going, something like that may need to be in scope. So that's perhaps a discussion for a future date. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I don't know if you have any response to that other.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, I would just say that as we go through the local area plan, we'd be looking at the land uses and what possibilities would be there as part of the land use plan.
Excellent. I don't see any further questions or comments on this department. We are at 6 o'clock, which is, we've sort of said we want to keep 2 hours breaks. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a 20-minute break. We do have, I believe, food in the other room. So we'll be back at around 10 after 6. Fantastic. Thanks, everybody, for waiting for our meal break. And we are back from our recess. We're going to jump into recreation, culture, and community services. And I'll pass it over to Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through Mayor to Council, I'm here to give an overview of recreation, culture, and community services and our budget. So recreation, culture, and community services consists of 5 service divisions. We're broken into facility operations, programming, business administration, culture, and community services, which is a new division added in 2021. We have 28 full-time staff, some part-time staff, and 173 casual or seasonal employees throughout the year. We have an operating budget that nets out about 4.3 million with revenue of 2.3 million and expenses of 6.6. And then we'll cover the special projects and the capital budget that recreation is directly responsible for. There we go. Thank you. So recreation, culture, and community services is responsible for providing quality recreation, leisure, special events, cultural opportunities, and community services for all residents in Courtenay of all ages and abilities. In 2023, we conducted an organizational structure review, which I'll provide a bit more detail on in some future slides, but made adjustments to some of the roles and responsibilities between programming and facility operations to enhance our focus on program development and also some capacity building. It's important to note that the vast majority of the department's resources and budget are aligned to the delivery of public recreation. It's our core business. So as I said, the vast majority of staff and budget is in programming and facility operations. There are only 3 staff assigned to business administration and community services. With 2023 being our first full post-COVID year, we're still seeing and experiencing a substantial increase in service use and expectations. We're also experiencing a more challenging environment due to some of the impacts of urban issues, high staff turnover rates, and affordability in general. So just a bit of context in terms of what we're experiencing. The slide gives an overview of what each department is responsible for. Our recreation programming team coordinates and facilitates all of our participant programs, registered and drop-in, including our licensed preschool, our recreation access and LEAP program, community-based special events, and other registered programs. Our facility operations team oversees all of recreation's facilities and their day-to-day operations, of course, supported by our colleagues in civic facilities, as well as the wellness center and outdoor pool. They're responsible for all indoor and outdoor rentals and the use of community halls and field houses and act as our sport field liaison. And they oversee our custodial and administrative teams and have direct oversight for our 2 civic special events, Sims Concert Series and Canada Day. Our business admin team, which is a team of 2, supports all of our long range and strategic planning for parks, recreation, and culture, is our cultural liaison for the CID, the Art Gallery, the museum, and Comox Valley Arts, and provides oversight and administration of all of our agreements, as well as oversees our student bursary and street entertainment permit programs. And community services, our new team of 1, it currently is focused on developing our strategic plan for community services, but also responding to some urgent needs as they arise, and is focusing on partnership and relationship development and council strategic priorities that fit into this area of work. In terms of 2024 strategic priorities, the operating budget includes resources for the following strategic priorities. So we have a budget allocated for parkland acquisition and looking at our park standards strategy, the Florence Fieldberg facility assessment, sports field allocation and administration, which is actually funded through a CVRD grant, responding to council's motions around safe and inclusive access and facilities, and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan implementation. We are carrying forward funding for the Community and Social Development Framework, the Strategic Cultural Plan and implementation, as well as follow-up on the Aquatic Services Strategy in relation to the outdoor pool. I also want to note some of the operational strategic projects that are a priority for our group this year. We have a number of agreement renewals with our cultural and community partners, implementation of the Recreation Fees and Charges Framework, a focus on community youth development, recreation program development and risk management enhancements, and also some emerging work around violence prevention based on the context and the community sort of changes that are happening right now and are showing up within the recreation system. For budget drivers, so the number, or sorry, I shouldn't say the number one, some of our service drivers that are showing up in the budget, we're still, and I know for many, COVID ended quite a while ago, but we're still in COVID recovery. So we're seeing an increased demand for programming in a great way, but also changes in what people expect and want to participate in programming. So we're having, of course, to adapt to the community needs. We're seeing changes in Cozy Corner Preschool as we become eligible for more provincial funding, and also trying to respond within the confines of licensing to what families are looking for. Increased use of the Recreation Access and LEAP program. You can see on the slide there the substantial increase in utilization of our financial access programs. We are definitely needing to respond to changes in the community, from everything from homelessness and substance use and how that impacts the recreation facilities and programs, to access and inclusion. And then a big service driver for us is going to be the implementation of the fees and charges framework, because it's a fundamental shift in the way that we establish our rental fees. Some of the large budget drivers, for the most part, it's wages and benefits. As was mentioned earlier, we have budgeted to bring all of our recreation staff up to the living wage, the 2022 living wage. Just to note, that's what's in the budget. It's a $30,000 impact. And then in terms of, we're also seeing substantial staff turnover, and we've, as I said, changed our organizational structure, which has a financial impact. Increasing supply and material costs, funding to support the ongoing implementation of the strategic cultural plan, resources for long-term planning for culture and community services, and the Parks and Rec master plan. Sorry. There you go. Yep. So one of the biggest budget drivers is our recovery from COVID. So on the slide here, you'll see our recreation usage and participant numbers comparing 2019 through to 2023. Just to note that our 2023 numbers are as of November. We're still calculating our final year. But you can see that generally we're on track to meet or exceed our 2019 numbers. I think it's important just to highlight that in 2023, Recreation offered over 1,500 activities. We saw over 13,000 program registrations, 2,500 kids registered in 123 camps, 10,000 fitness class drop-ins, 8,000 Link Center drop-ins. We also had over 1,000 people on wait lists for programs. And so one of the budget implications here is that while we're seeing 2019 participation numbers, we are experiencing 2023 expenses. So there is a bit of a gap there, and we're seeing increasing pressure on our resources to meet these changing demands. So as I mentioned, Recreation reviewed our organizational structure in 2023. We had 2 vacancies in assistant manager positions, so we had an opportunity to reflect on how we were structured. The white boxes indicate either where a role has been redefined and responsibilities have been realigned. And there are 2 positions noted with a red asterisk. Those are new position requests that are included in the financial plan. So Recreation, through a review of our structure, we eliminated 1 assistant manager position in order to create basically 1.5 full-time equivalents in our programming leadership group. So through that, we were able to create an early years and preschool supervisor, and then redistribute responsibilities to have both a children and youth programming supervisor and a community youth development supervisor. So community youth development is basically a new position for us, and we'll focus on a particular way of working in the community with youth and less on the sort of traditional recreation approach to youth. So that'll be covered in our programming side. These changes also required backfilling of our ECE positions in Cozy Corner, and in order to accommodate all of these changes, we are requesting in our financial plan an additional $60,000 to fund the position. So later this year, a report will be coming to council with the implementation of the recreation fees and charges framework into our fees and charges bylaw, as per council's direction when the framework was adopted previously. The framework uses a benefits-based approach and looks at the actual costs of providing a service or space and then recommends the level of taxpayer subsidy or cost recovery based on the community benefit provided. And so the continuum on the left, the benefits continuum, is from the framework and is recommended that we apply cost recovery and tax subsidy targets you can see outlined on the bottom. On the chart on the right, you can see our actual current cost recovery levels, and you'll note that in no situation are we recovering the full cost of offering a space, and also that our recovery rates are inconsistent across types of rooms, facilities, and also inconsistent across rental categories, so community, private, or commercial. For context, last year, we completed over 1,700 indoor rental bookings for a total of 15,000 hours and a total of 3,600 outdoor bookings for over 11,000 outdoor rental hours. We do expect, pending obviously council's direction, that if implementation is approved, we'd be looking at a fall timeline. And so there are no corresponding revenue increases projected in the financial plan. And it's also due to the fact that in 2023, indoor rentals were slower to recover than programming. So we're still assessing what our actual rental business will look like into the future. So to give a high level on our operating budget changes, our revenues generally remain pretty consistent. We're not projecting increases as we're still trying to sort of assess the impacts of, assess how 2023 was after we've completed. We have the full financial statements of 2023 and we're well into 2024. We'll have a much better sense of how we're going to perform financially. You'll also see increases in Cozy Corner, and that's really due to receiving grants, the Child Care Fee Reduction Initiative and the Wage Enhancement Subsidy, but they all have corresponding expenses. So there's not a net increase to the net increase in that sense. Large expense increases include the living wage adjustment, the addition of the community youth development supervisor, so just the net impact of that organizational change. We are requesting a Parks and Recreation planning resource to support the implementation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So that's the cost of that position. We've also included funding for special events, really for Canada Day and Sims, and some ongoing funding to support the implementation of the cultural plan, as well as ongoing work with our partners. So you'll see the recreation budget is broken into rec admin, rec programming, and rec operations, as well as revenue and expenses. So the administrative bucket captures all of our salaries and wages for full-time exempt staff, plus funding for strategic and operational priorities, and all the cultural partner funding agreement that is funded through tax. Programming, as I mentioned, covers all of our program costs, including supervisor and instructor wages, materials. And then the operations group includes the custodial and reception costs and building operation costs associated with the facilities, as well as the wellness center and the pool. And I just want to note that the recreation budget is a little bit unique in that the revenue is a significant component of our budget. So our actual expenses are 6.2 million, and it's the generation of 2.2 million in revenue that reduced the tax subsidy to just over 4 million. Also important to note that generally speaking, all of our revenues and expenses are linked. So anytime there's an increase in revenue, it typically requires an increase in expenses, and vice versa. If there's a reduction in revenue, you'll see a reduction in expenses. They're not related one-to-one to each other, but they are connected and they rarely move without impacting the other one. So to speak more specifically about revenue, what you'll see is generally just adjustments in the growth section to where we're seeing the changing demands from the community and where they're wanting more programming and registering more programming and where they're wanting less. So we're seeing substantial participation in fitness and health and wellness and lower participation in arts and leisure. The changes in preschool, they look substantial. Part of that is the increased funding from the provincial government. Part of it is the reorganization of responsibilities that I talked about in the previous slide. So moving children and youth and preschool programs around to align with our new supervision our new supervisory model. Oh, sorry. And in operations, there's small increases due to rental revenue, but it's quite small because we're just seeing we're seeing a relatively slow recovery in the indoor rental portion of our work. In operating expenses, so in our recreation admin group, the most significant impact or the most significant change is a service level increase, and that reflects the Parks and Recreation planning resource that I articulated before. We'll see small or relatively small inflationary increases for the cultural groups, and those are based upon annual increases contained within their management and service agreements. You'll see changes where there's $25,000 coming out of each cultural services group. What that is that's funding that we had allocated for feasibility studies that we've now pulled into special projects. So that's just a reflection of a reallocation to a different budget line, but the work will continue. Also in Rec Admin is our our management consulting budget, and that's where funding for things like the parkland acquisition strategy, Vanier Nature Park. We have some violence prevention and risk management work, as well as other work that comes out of council direction. That's where that's funded from. In terms of programming and growth, again, any decreases you see in terms of revenue is where we're seeing participation decrease. And then, of course, we see a corresponding decrease in the expenses for instructors. We will see an increase, or you will see an increase in summer programs as we need to address and increase our staffing levels and ratios just due to some of the increasing complex behaviors and requirements in supporting kids in camp these days. And also in terms of special events, our programming team is now running all of our community-based special events, Easter, Christmas, Halloween, and there's some additional funding that's required there. You'll also see in programming, some of this is just the adjustments between the structure, but you'll see that's where the funding for the new community youth development position is as well. In facility operations, most of the changes you see are due to reallocations of custodial and reception between different facilities. The actual financial impact is quite low, but there is a service level increase there for support for July 1st and the Sims concert series. This slide provides an overview of our special projects, so our one-time funding, the community service, and you'll see a variety of names for the community service development framework or social community and social development framework. It's a working title. It will change. That is a carry forward from previous years. So it's $110,000 to conduct that work, and that will be done this year. You'll see the cultural facility feasibility planning, $75,000 to support that for 3 cultural facilities, the Philburg facility feasibility study as well. And that was previously in our operating budget and again reallocated to special projects. So those are the special projects for 2024. In terms of capital projects, I just wanted to provide an overview of the short-term priorities that are identified in the Parks and Rec Master Plan Implementation Strategy. Some of those are going to be in 2024, and I'll go through those quickly, but this gives you an overview of what we're working towards. So we have the Philburg and Lewis Center feasibility studies. We have a court usage study and pickleball feasibility, and it's combined into one. We need to do the court usage study first, but the likely outcome is that there is a demand and need and desire for pickleball. And so we've also built in the capital funding for that, but it'll be a 2-part project. We have community park planning. So Billmore and Harmston are planned for this year. Of course, the Harmston Park planning will be done in conjunction with development services and the local area plan. We'll be doing the nature park planning for Vanier Nature Park. We're in the process of the playground design standards strategy, and then we'll be implementing those standards into our park playground renewals. Also park and sport field amenities. You heard about some of that earlier today. And then of course the outdoor pool. Engineering will be talking about McPhee Meadows, which is a significant capital project. And then other capital construction projects will depend on the earlier planning work. And then we have the park land acquisition strategy. So this gives you a detailed description of the capital project budgets. So as you can see for 2024, it's called plain courts. This is, again, we're navigating, not promising that there's going to be a pickleball court until we've done the court usage study, but this is funding towards pickleball courts in Courtenay. Park improvements, the park planning funding, and in future years, you'll see the construction estimates of the construction funding. We have a couple carry forwards in the youth center signage. The infrastructure assessment for Memorial Pool is a carry forward just related to billing with the CVRD. And the totem pole installation at the air park again is a carry forward from a grant. And the tax impacts of all of those is zero because they're either funded through grant, the community, the Building Communities grant, or through reserves. And in some cases, for instance, in the pickleball discussion, there have been commitments to provide some external funding from some of the external groups as well. That's it. I'll take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the presentation. Nice to emphasize that 0% tax implication. That was great. I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. Generally, I don't have many questions about the operating expenses and revenue. I think it was pretty clearly laid out. The question and comment that I had was actually just on the pickleball courts study and possible project. And it's great to see that coming forward. I think we've heard lots from that community over the years, and I'm happy to see it included in our work plan for the year. My question is, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to look at that work and consider other uses, like other sports uses that we could bring into a project like that. I think having a covered court would be amazing, but of course that's more expensive. Lights is another thing. It's dark at 4 o'clock pretty early on, and then and bringing in usage to something like that goes beyond kind of the typical demographic for who's wanting to do pickleball. That is typically thought of as a daytime use, and if we could have something like a basketball court combined, I've seen that a few times, and maybe that's too expensive or complicated, but I would be interested to hear if there are ways to kind of maximize the usage if we're developing a new court. And judging from the fairly reasonable number, I wonder if we're considering repurposing existing infrastructure, but I'm curious to know if we're going to consider more than pickleball, and if there is like an opportunity for people beyond that user group to weigh in on it.
Through the Mayor, Councillor McCollum, the funding that is estimated is based on projects previously, similar projects of 4 to 6 courts, and provided by the Pickleball Association based on their understanding of projects that have occurred. Absolutely, we will look at what it would take to maximize the use of any space we build. There is a lot of research has been done around shared uses with pickleball, specifically pickleball and tennis, and they've demonstrated it's not successful. That doesn't mean it's not possible, but I just want to make sure that that's very clear. And we're hearing very clearly from the Pickleball Association that there's enough demand that these courts will be filled the majority of the time. The lights, I think, are a very key piece of that, because that absolutely extends the use of the facility. And we can explore what that would look like if lights are added. How does that maybe change the demographic that could use that space? The other key consideration for pickleball is noise and sound. And so part of the work that we'll do will be understanding where we can actually locate this facility that will fit within the park and the space and serves the needs of the users, but also recognizes that there are sound and noise impacts from pickleball, and we have to plan for that carefully.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I was curious about the Partners in Parks and what the uptake is with that, and what are the types of projects and how people find out about it, because we certainly have many folks in neighborhoods who seem to value parks and actually would like more amenities, but yeah, just wanted to get a bit more information about that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. We haven't used the Partners in Parks program since I've joined the city. My understanding is it was, I think it was actually on hold even during COVID. My understanding prior to that is it's a very opportunistic type of funding. It's from our reserve, so it's not tax funded, and it's meant to match capital funding that's coming forward from the community. Now that we have a Parks and Rec Master Plan implementation strategy, we have an ability to prioritize the projects we'd like to see happen. Prior to that, what would happen is groups may approach the city about projects, but we weren't able to say where they fit in the priority list. And we need to make sure that any projects that are coming forward align with our Parks and Rec Master Plan, or OCP, and that implementation strategy to ensure that we're not jumping the queue on things that the community has said are the most important.
Right.
So we don't have a formal process for that, how that happens. But my understanding is typically a group would come forward with a project. In this case, at this time, we would make sure it aligns with the implementation strategy and timelines. And then we would proceed as needed from there. But these are typically fairly large projects, and I think they've been used for things to support things like the Rotary Sky Park or other types of projects versus sort of community-based neighborhood improvement projects.
Just a quick follow-up, Mayor, if I may.
Okay.
Excuse me. So the idea would be that neighborhoods or groups would come to the city with some funds in place, like 20 grand or something, and then we would match it to work on the project up to 50,000, or no, not 50,000 for one project, but for that whole.
Correct. It would be, so it's only for capital projects. So they'd have to meet our capital threshold and requirements. They'd have to align with the implementation strategy priorities. And then the city has up to $50,000 to apply. And we're typically, as I said, my understanding is the way it's been applied is typically in fairly large projects where the city's providing a portion of it. I can't speak to some of the more specifics, but we can also provide a list of previously funded projects. But we haven't done any in a number of years.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got two sets of questions, so I'll just ask. The first ones are related to the Parks and Recreation Planning resource. In the staff report, it's quite limited, the description, and there wasn't a ton in your presentation. So I guess I'm curious around, previously we had the master plan, and planning activities would typically, my understanding, would happen through the planning department with the subject matter expertise coming from the department that's responsible. So rec in this case. And so I'm just kind of curious around what the, I guess, long-term vision is for this position, given that the implementation strategy is explicit around what those activities are. And then if you can point me into the table of which budget line that position is captured in.
Through the Mayor and Councillor Jolicoeur. And again, in my experience, the planning department has not been involved in Parks and Recreation planning. That is a function of the Parks and Recreation department. So we have one resource who leads all of our planning work, strategic planning, all of our business work, our cultural partners agreements. And we have, to be very frank, since the Parks and Recreation Master Plan was adopted in 2019, we have not progressed on significant pieces of work in that master plan, partially due to COVID. It happened right after, but also with one person doing all of the work, including all the strategic priorities for council, there isn't capacity to deliver on that. So this resource and Ms. Wade and I are in conversation about how this resource would function between our departments. But if council wants to deliver on the implementation strategy as approved, it will require additional staffing resources to accomplish it at that pace. Without that resource, then we would need to reprioritize those pieces of work and then pace them differently.
And then where, just as a follow-up quickly, where in the budget is that position?
So it's in our recreation admin expenses, and it's captured in our salaries. It's rec admin expenses. And if we look in the expense, actually, sorry, I can do this. Look at that. It's really small. The sort of second line from the top, the RCCS admin line under recreation administration expenses, all of our full-time exempt staff are in that line, as well as any staff within the rec admin function, which includes our manager of business administration, our department clerk, and our community services development coordinator, and then this park planning resource. The reason is that it's not clearly articulated is because we eliminated an assistant manager position. And then that shows up in our recreation programming expenses. So.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thanks for that. And Councillor Helene.
Thanks, Mayor. I noted your earlier comment that staff turnover has become a significant issue. First time I've heard this in rec, and I'm just wondering what the analysis is of the factors involved.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Helene, we're still understanding it. We are seeing, for instance, in our full-time custodial team, we're of 5, we're down to 2. In our reception team of full-time receptionists, I think we've had 4 or 5 of 6 or 7 move through, and these are substantial positions for us, and the knowledge loss can be significant. We're seeing a number of things. The changing work environment is part of it. It is becoming a more difficult work environment. We're seeing, prior to COVID, maybe we would see 1 major incident every couple months. In COVID and kind of coming out of it, it was maybe once a month. We're now seeing multiple times a week, if not daily. So the work environment is challenging, and that's changing for folks. We're seeing different preferences around work, whether folks prefer part-time or full-time or casual, and trying to just navigate what that right fit of positions and offerings are. And of course, we're not, sometimes we're open 24/7, but we're open first thing in the morning till late at night and weekends. And so finding folks who are interested in working sort of all hours and all schedules can be a bit difficult, but those would be what we're seeing as the factors right now. And that's why in the operational priorities, you're seeing a focus on that program development, that risk management, the violence prevention, and some of those really internally focused pieces of work that, to be honest, were quite on hold during COVID and weren't the same priority. OHS from a COVID perspective was the priority. And so we're shifting now that we have our feet kind of back up underneath us and we're busy again. And so that's why those need to be really core focuses for us going through this year.
Thanks. My one comment is that it would be good to know a bit more about those challenges. For example, do we, because we provide a SHAR program, does that bring more people into the building who could present risk factors for staff? I'm not suggesting it does, but it would be good to know if that is the case. And it, I think, enhances our arguments to other levels of government about the cost to the city of some of the issues that are out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Helene, for that, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The largest increase in service level for rec ops expenses is Canada Day. And the total Canada Day budget's going up by 30,000. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that significant increase.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, Councillor Jolicoeur. Yes, so a couple of pieces. One in the growth area is going to be related just to the volume of work and what we're seeing in that area and how much it costs to run that type of event. The most significant piece, though, is, excuse me, is $20,000 to support a contractor to come on to lead portions of that event. So previous to our organizational review, we had an assistant manager dedicated solely to special events. And as we looked at the demands for recreation and the services we provide and the focus we need to look at how we provide those services, having an assistant manager dedicated to special events is not sustainable. And so we reallocated our community special events to our programming team who are best suited to do those types of events. But we need to bring in extra resources to support both the Sims Concert Series and Canada Day. Currently, much of the special event on July 1st and the day before are actually run by volunteers. And so this is also in recognition that Some of our volunteers are stepping away, and there's much less capacity for those volunteers to do this work. And we need to bring in extra resources to be able to provide this level of service. We do apply for grants for July 1st, and what we receive varies every year, but I think in the number of years I've been here, as low as sort of 5,000 to as high as 15 to 20,000 received in grants.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Schilker, for the questions. And I'm not seeing any further questions or discussion. So with that, thank you. Oh, actually, I maybe have one more question. I know your mic's off now, but it just had to do with the living wage amounts and what appears to be a bit of a lag, like, because we find out what the living wage is, but we have to have our budgets in. And so just wanting to see, is there kind of like a rhythm that we have with the living wage, or yeah?
Thank you. So previously, our adjustments in recreation were only to the minimum wage, and there was always a lag. So we would absorb the minimum wage increase in our annual budget each year, and then kind of move the previous year's increase into the next year financial plan, and then wait. This is the first year that we're adopting the living wage. And really, it's a matter of timing. So when the financial plan was prepared, we were still under the 2022 living wage. After it had been prepared, the announcement about the 2023 living wage came out, and that number, that budget's not in this year's financial plan. So it's really a matter of timing. And so depending on when they release it and when we're preparing our financial plan is when we're able to estimate the total cost. So we have in the budget to bring all of our recreation staff up to that living wage, and it's about a $30,000 impact to get it to the 2022 wage level.
Excellent. All right. I appreciate that. Thanks very much. Sorry for calling you back on that little piece, but certainly helps me wrap my head around it. And next we're going to get into, I believe it's engineering, but it still says recreation and culture and such, but there we go. Look at that. Engineering. Mr. Davidson, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Through the CIO to Mayor and Council, here to present Engineering Services budget. So starting with a department overview, three main groups within engineering. We have a capital project group with 3 staff, an environmental group with 2 staff, and new for this year, due to a reorg, is an asset management group also with 3 staff. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here you see the engineering operating budgets. So major budget drivers, the largest increase is $60,000. So this is proposed in service level costs due to a request for 1 new engineering technologist. This is directly related to a significant increase in the capital program over the next 5 years. So this represents the general portion of this ask only, and there will be an approximate $17.5 thousand increase for both water and sewer as well. The EngTech position funding is split across general water and sewer 60-20-20. And I have some further justification discussion to support this in some upcoming slides. Other budget drivers, $56,000 increase in inflationary costs due to wage increases and catching up the operating budget for the manager of capital projects position, which was approved last year. And then lastly, we're requesting a $25,000 increase for our engineering consulting fee line item. This increase accounts for approximately 25% increase. Budget item is used to cover unforeseen studies and designs that arise throughout the year. Has been used in the past to cover 6th Street Bridge expenditures, flood management plan, IRMP, things like that. Things that come up throughout the year that we didn't plan for. Special projects. So we do have a few special projects. So IRMP, we are planning to bring that forward early this year. So we have funding for that to cover completion of the project and then also to cover off some of the key recommendations from that project. Same story for the flood management plan. So we are also planning to bring that forward early in this year. And then that's funding both for wrapping up the project and also the key recommendations. Climate action plan, updating the one that was done back in 2009. So this will cover, so this is the corporate climate action plan, just to be clear. CBRD Home Energy Concierge Program, or also known as the Home Energy Navigator Program. So this was $50,000 contribution to take part in their program. Bridge building demolition, of course, $100,000 allocated to demolish the bridge building. And then LG Cap future implementation projects. So these are projects that we hope to do or hope to start before the year is done. to be determined once we've completed further work on the climate action plan. So that climate action plan will inform these works. Capital projects. So we do have a number of capital projects for the year. So speaking of the major ones, Sixth Street Bridge, grant dependent. So if this will only proceed if the grant is approved. If it is approved, a borrowing process would then be required. If successful, the project would proceed into construction this year. Also Anderton Dyke. So we do have funding for beginning preliminary design for remediation, including some geotechnical and environmental works. East Side Fire Hall. So pending council direction on the upcoming options analysis. We do have $2 million allocated for detailed design this year. Lake Trail Multi-Use Pathway, this is also grant dependent, will only proceed if the grant is approved. This, of course, is a multi-use pathway from Lake Trail Elementary to Arden Elementary. Memorial Pool, working to address some immediate concerns found during condition assessments. We have $75,000 for that, and also an options analysis plan for a future pool at the existing location, $125,000. And the last major project, McPhee Meadows Phase 1. So planning for construction of Phase 1 towards the end of 2024 this year. Slide. Yes, and the funding sources for those respective projects, and similar to the other divisions, you can see a lot of the funding is covered by reserves and grant. Moving on, water and sewer capital projects. So this is included just to speak to the total volume of capital work being asked from the group this year. So you can see water, not that much of an impact. However, the sewer capital program is a rather large impact with two very large construction projects starting right in the very near future. Comox Road Sewer Crossing and First Street Lift Station, and then planned for later in the year, we do have South Courtney Sewer Project. So back to the engineering staffing request. So we are requesting one additional tech. So just want to make the point, typically the engineering group's capital program is in the range of $10 to $15 million. However, you can see the proposed capital program for this financial plan is significantly larger than that over the coming years. And reaching back a couple of years, going back to 2020, you can see typically we've got an average in the range of 10 million, and the upcoming average starting in 2024 is going to be closer to 20 million. So almost doubling of the workload capacity. I'd like to highlight this is a very ambitious capital program for the city. We're very excited for it, but yeah, it may be challenging for us. Okay, so due to capacity restrictions, we are proposing to prioritize and defer the projects identified on this list. So this work plan, we've done our best to strategize with the resources available as best as we can. This does include if we do get the additional EdgeTech resource request. So you can see the list of projects there in front of you that we're proposing to prioritize and hope to complete this year. Even this is still quite a big ask. You'll notice that the Sixth Street Bridge and Lake Trail Multi-Use Pathway are shown in the deferred list for now. This is because these projects are grant dependent and cannot proceed unless the grant is funded. So if the grant is funded, these projects would be prioritized, and other projects would likely have to be deferred from the prioritized list. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the presentation. Lots of great information in there, and I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I have a few different questions about the capital projects, but I'll just start with the Lake Trail multi-use path. We funded, I think it had an impact of almost 1% on our taxation in 2023 to cover, what we saw as not being covered by grant funding at the time. It's a year later, we haven't received confirmation on that, but we're looking at taxing close to the same amount of money again due to cost escalations, I assume, even though we've received confirmation of some additional, a small piece of that from the CVRD. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to why the increase. I think it went up about I don't know, I think it was maybe 50% or something since the last time we received information on this. And I'm just wondering if we want to keep adding taxation for a project that we don't have confirmed funding on, that seems to be getting more expensive. Well, like everything, I guess, is more expensive every time we get an update on it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question, through the CIO to Councilor McCollum. Yes, it is, has seen quite an increase. I understand previously it was estimated to be around $950,000 and now we're looking at about 1.4. This is to catch up with, the cost of inflation, escalation and, construction costs that seem to be increasing even further on top of those factors. So very, very challenging to keep up with the construction market these days. We're not sure what exactly is driving it, but the costs do seem to keep coming in higher and higher and higher. So this is our best estimate to try and get ahead of what we foresee to be, yeah, a costly project, unfortunately.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I noticed a number in 2025, I think it was, of $10 million for South Sewer. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you speak to what exactly the city's commitment is to that project and how it comes in at that number?
Well, yes, thank you for the question. Yes, so through the CIO to Mayor Council, so we do have, yeah, $1 million in 2024 for detailed design and then $10 million estimated 2025 for construction of phase 1 of that project. So the history of this is that it goes back to 2013 and the city's boundary expansion south. So my understanding at the time, there was a commitment made to provide sanitary servicing for all the properties that were acquired in that boundary expansion. I understand there wasn't much progress on that front. And so this is our attempt to remedy that. So this is what we believe we're required to do.
So that's basically the section of the city that goes out to the western border that hasn't been hooked up to sewage yet. That would include the Millard-Piercy area?
Yes, that's correct. And just to be a bit more clear, phase 1 is the Old Island Highway and sort of the Christie Parkway area. And then phase 2 would be sort of areas uphill of that, if you will. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, just I mean, there's a few of these projects that have had some delays that are on here. And I guess more of a question perhaps for our finance team, but you know, we've got some major projects with significant project cost dollars attached to it, and those are only going up. And I just get curious around at what point do we have a conversation around re-examining our financial approach to these projects, whether it be the level of borrowing that we have planned for, the level of reserves that we're planning to use and or grants for some of these projects. I get curious around at what point do we start to have a serious conversation around the go, no go for some of these projects?
Mr. Garment.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. The source of the capital projects, there are some legacy projects, and that many of them predate my time with the city. However, they're designed to address our strategic priorities. So I guess if in the big picture, we have talked about our overall approach to financial planning, and perhaps with council direction, if council chooses at a later date, we can continue, maybe look at some of these items to continue that dialogue. There are a number of expensive projects here, but they are all designed to address these strategic priorities. They're in alignment with either our master plans that are in place, whether it's land use, sewer, water, recreation. And these are the sources of the majority of where these projects come from. Perhaps there might be a few that are influenced by legislation or existing infrastructure capacity. But that's the source of these projects. And again, as I said, some of them have been carried forward with the decisions that have been made by previous councils. But what's in front of us is relative to the direction that we've been provided through the last 3 or 4 financial planning processes.
Yeah, just as a follow-up comment, I think it's just, we're looking at a fairly significant tax increase again. And when I look at these numbers and the cost escalations we've seen for some of these projects over the years, I think it's responsible for us to have that conversation around the ingredients within the makeup of the finances around each of these projects. Should we take on more debt? Should we look to other grants? And I know that staff are constantly doing that work behind the scenes, but I appreciate the city manager's comments around perhaps we need to have a conversation about these projects separately. I'll get back in line because I do have another question. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And yeah, and if we look at the deferral recommendations, if attached to that, it would be a guesstimate, but basically what that cost escalation would be by deferring. I think that might help as well, so that we go, if we're going to defer this, a planned deferment versus, we can't get a job done for another reason, then we can contemplate that impact as well. Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thanks. I was actually hoping that we could go back to that deferral slide because there's quite a bit of information on there to digest, and I don't think it was in our report. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, I mean, I have lots of questions on these because we don't get a lot of opportunity to kind of check in on them, but I guess my first question is, I see on the carryover from 2023 and close out, the Ryan Road sidewalk options analysis. I think that's now been, this will be maybe the 6th budget that we've had this project on. And I understand why it's in the deferral list, although it looks like in the capital plan, we're pushing it off for multiple years. But at what point are we going to see that options analysis? I think that was actually funded both in 2023 and in 2022. So yeah, just wanting some understanding of where that's at.
Yeah, great question. So we are currently working on it now, and we do plan to report out on that within the coming months.
I don't see any other mics on, so I'm going to carry on here. Yeah, and then I guess I just wanted to understand if we are making a decision to defer, which I mean, it's a recognition of capacity. I don't think there's really much of a decision there. There's only the ability to complete so much work in a year. But it does appear that those some of those projects, like thinking of the Lake Trail construction last year, we were fairly clear that we didn't have grant funding in place, and we included that in taxation. And now we're kind of doing the same decision-making process again, still with no grant funding and taxing for it again, but also realizing that we won't be able to get that work done this year. And I'm wondering why we wouldn't just put that off and further into the financial plan, and what the justification would be for including that in this year's taxation, knowing that we can't get that project initiated with our current funding or capacity.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would highlight that we did have a council resolution to proceed with the grant application. So it is dependent on the grant application being successful. We're certainly willing to take council direction on this.
So just to clarify, if we do get confirmation of that grant funding, but it's in this deferred list, would we be proceeding with the project this year?
Yes, that's the plan. So that would be bumped up to the prioritized list, and some other projects would likely be deferred, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks. I have another question. I'm gonna.
Thanks for sharing your mic, Councillor McCollum, and we'll pass it over to Councillor Gilliker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This was the most exciting slide for me tonight, I think, because I don't think we've had something so explicitly laid out for us yet in this way, all on one slide. And so my other question was around the request for an extra FTE for an engineering technologist. And I really appreciate the 2 slides you had that shows the total capital that we manage in terms of the total costs for the projects relative to how many staff we have. And so with those slides that you've added, I think they're right before here, even with that kind of graph of our existing, this one, yeah, our existing staffing model and how much funding or how much costs of all our capital projects are, even with that additional, you're saying we will still likely have to cut some projects.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so one of the things I think I saw in the staff report was, or maybe it was in a question that I had to staff prior, was that a significant portion of our work in the engineering department is consulted out in terms of design. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to the role of the engineering technologist, if in fact we are still expensing significant dollars towards design. So if we're still paying more for consultants to do work, this person's role will be to, I'm just trying to put all the pieces together here because it is a significant, the capital funding is a significant part of our budget, so.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the primary role of our engineering technologists in the capital group is project management. So they specialize generally in project management. So they would be leading these projects from project management, pardon me, from a project management standpoint. So preparing RFPs, managing consultants, managing contractors. We can't just hire a consultant and hand them a blank check, not to suggest that we would do that. And expect them to run with the project. There is quite a bit of oversight that goes into this. And then of course, the meeting needs the city as well. So we want to make sure there's no shortcuts and things are built to our standards as needed.
Okay, thanks.
Very excited that we don't give out blank checks. That's fantastic. Councillor McCullum.
Yeah, the other question I had, and it may be coming up when we get to the public works piece, but I thought that we had 2 grant applications and one was for the Fifth Street bike lane extension. But I don't see that anywhere in the list unless I actually just didn't catch it in that project list.
Yes, thank you for the question. That is coming up in Director Shaw's slides, I believe. And yes, I do believe we have a grant application for that.
Okay,
However, it is the same grant as the Lake Shore Multi-Pathway.
okay, thanks.
And Mr. Garbutt's got a comment as well.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just I would like to maybe potentially clarify the double taxing question with respect to some carry forward projects. If we have taxed for the entirety of the project, we aren't taxing again, but perhaps Mr. Langemeyer could speak to that.
Yeah, I want to make up a little bit of a clarity. Could you bring up the funding source page for 2024? So in here, you'll notice that the 2024 general revenue, so typically that'll represent taxation. Since we're talking general fund, is property tax that funds that. If a project has had taxation money levied on it in the past, it's captured in that reserve for future expenditure line. So last year we taxed 225, we didn't spend it, it's carried forward. Just a clarity.
But a project can still escalate in cost in and of itself. And then that would be the extra little bit of tax, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So there is that unintended cost of deferral. So, yeah. More questions? I don't see any at this point. Questions, comments, or discussion? That being said, thank you very much, and we'll move on to Public Works maybe, since
Thank you.
Operational Service, sorry, I haven't memorized the new name. I know we've only been going for an hour, but this may be, does anybody need to take a comfort break or anything? But yeah, if it's just one, yeah, feel free. You don't have to ask for permission or anything, but with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm pleased to be here. As Adam would like to say oftentimes, he'll be back right after me. So I'm happy to anchor the team and bring us to a close in terms of the operational budget presentations. And as you alluded to, Mr. Mayor, this is the operational services budget. So we have officially transitioned our title from Public Works Services to operational services. So we will be now formally known as Public Works Services. And if you grew up in the 80s and the 90s, there's a joke in there somewhere for you. So with that, operational services is supported by 6 divisional areas, including our administrative service area, which is led by Carla Stiles. That's our operational center assistants that look after taking on all of our public inquiries and dealing with all the administrative needs for the operational services department. Public Works Services, which is formerly known as the Transportation and Fleet Services Division, is currently a vacant position as the manager of that role has now transitioned to engineering services under the new asset management group. Park Services, which is led by Mike Kearns, Civic Property Services, which is led by Eric Jernslit, Utilities or Water and Wastewater Services is led by Rod Armstrong, and our Solid Waste Service team is led by Chris Thompson. As Director Davidson noted, the Asset Management Technical Services Group officially transitioned over to the Engineering Services team on December 4th of 2023. And so we're still transitioning through some of those roles and responsibilities and clarity of understanding as we collaborate into the new year. Very optimistic about that transition. And with that, the operations team complement totals nearly 80 staff during peak season, with 57 full-time employees, 4 full-time seasonal employees, 9 students, 7 casuals. And the group oversees an operating budget of proposed for this year at 11.1 million, with special projects in and around 143K. With capital program at about 5.4 million. So this is just a snippet of the total operational services oversight. Is about a third of the total operating budget that we oversee. The solid waste budget that council has already seen is about 4.1 million. That takes us up to just over 15, and then you add the 2 water and sewer utilities. It puts us in just over $30 million of the city's total operating out of the operational services group. Lost my, there we go. Slides there, apologies for that. So the operational services department is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the city's in-service assets, including water, wastewater, stormwater conveyance systems, solid waste collection services, parks and natural assets, road and fleet infrastructure, and civic properties, which is the city's vertical assets or facilities. Activities include reactive maintenance, emergent response and repair, preventative maintenance, infrastructure modifications, minor capital improvements, and development-related infrastructure installations in support of our development services group. Some of the strategic priorities of focus for the operational group this year, and these are drawn from the strategic planning works that have been done by council. So 2024 budget resources are for the following operational service strategic initiatives. I'll slow down. Those strategic plan references and key work drivers are broken down by division here for you as the slides. So within our parks group, working with our partners in development services to promote and communicate the urban forest strategy as well as the tree protection bylaw. And our arborist team is working to identify key areas of improvement for the tree protection bylaw, and we'll bring those forward for council's review in the 2024 work plan. Our utilities group continues to work on implementing water conservation measures, both operationally and from a capital deployment perspective, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Part of those works are reviewing and updating the 2019 Water Smart Action Plan and reporting out on some of those outcomes, some of the successes and lessons learned, how they've been operationally implemented within our day-to-day works, but what successes we're recognizing from those hard works and services, but also then reprioritizing and focusing on some of the remaining items, which includes an analysis for universal metering and those cost drivers and what that might look like in the long term. Our transportation group, or public services group as we call it now, so traffic calming is a big outcome of that for this year. The traffic calming policy is well underway. We're nearly 90% to complete the hard works and background for that, and so we'll be bringing that forward in Q1 for council's consideration. That'll be related policies, specific implementation styles for when and where, depending on road classifications and hierarchy within our community. In recognition of that, we're also working on the speed limit reduction program. You'll see the cost drivers for the implementation of that program in the capital program over the 5-year term. And that effectively brings our local collectors, non-industrial related and local residential roads across the city down from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour posted speed limit. So not arterials, not industrial, and not minor arterials as well. Also in the works nearing completion is the downtown parking study. There's some great work that's been done by our team on that. We want to bring that to a close. Again, we anticipate a Q1 return of that for council to have a look at. Not only does it identify the current parking situation within the downtown core relative to availability, it compares that data to the 2014 study that was done historically, and then we'll speak to options about usage of those, potentially linking it to further identifying space for cycling or protected cycling or secure parking for cycling within that core. And then finally, Civic Properties support our internal and external partners through the development of the Accessibilities Committee by implementing those policy outcomes that we're hoping to achieve from that group. Pretty specific strategic guidance on those this year, as well as recommending future capital improvements relative to those policy guidelines. So that's the strategic work for the operational services group for 2024. Getting into budgets now. As council will probably recognize over my tenure in this organization, that I've tried to break the operational budgets down to service levels by hierarchy of division, but even further, you'll see them get fairly granular relative to the service delivery model. Try to be fairly transparent in those services so you see the expense relative to the service received. And so we'll start to speak through those as we go through these budgets. But as an overall, the operating budget for operational services is proposed at $11.1 million for 2024. This represents an overall increase of $1.2 million from the 2023 baseline budget. With $315K directly related to inflation. The director, Langemeier, spoke to inflation. I think much of my other director partners spoke to inflation as being a key driver for the cost escalations within many of our budgets, and we're no different in operational services. $97,000 is attributed to service level impacts, $399 in growth, $309 towards one-time spends, and $23 in carry forward. Of note, and I'm not sure if this was mentioned, I had it as a kind of a asterisk within my presentation here, but 2022 inflation was 6.8%. 2023 is 3.9, which was just released by the province. So we're looking at nearly 11% over 2 years. So when we get into, the reason I bring that up and a reason many of my partners brought that up is we get into our contract services, our professional services, and many of the contracts that we have over a tenure or a period of time. So many of the provisions of services that we deliver, we sign either 3 or 5 year contracts for the provision of those services. And when they come for renewal, we often see the escalations in our prices. And those are then reflected within the service delivery models for our budgets. And you'll see that come up in a few of the areas as we go through. Administration. Operating budget, the expenses across the administration division net out to just over $80,000. Admin is a net decrease of $10,000, so it's $14,000 increased cost for casual support staff, and a reallocation of $24,000 for BC One calls from the administrative group to the water and sewer utilities. We charge back to the water and sewer utilities, so that's what you see this year. The reason it's front and center in this particular year's budget is when we broke last year, we broke the budget apart by division. The administrative function was historically funded quite broadly, and this wasn't articulated in terms of the granularness of the cost. And so now when we broke it apart, realized where the funding was unfunded. And so we had to bring the funding back in and then transition that funding through internal allocations from the water and sewer group. You'll see urban issues as a $60,000 increase. This is a result of staffing and service level maintaining service levels across a 12-month period. Council will recall a report that was brought forward in late 2023 by Bylaw Services, the Director of Corporate Services and Operational Services regarding the increase in service level demands on staff and the commitment to meet those demands by responding to the community needs in 2023. 2023 was sought by utilizing offsetting operational funds. So we underfunded one particular aspect of our operations to fund the needs to create a actual impact cost of that. And you'll see this is an actual increase in reflection of those actuals that we attributed to the service level in 2023. So we're trying to maintain those existing services as we move into 2024. Public Works or operational service vehicle charges and yard maintenance and net reduction. Those are the impacts of the fleet recalculation. You'll see this throughout the operational budget, less so in others, even though other departments have vehicles. A lot of the hard work last year was re-envisioning how we bill out for our units, in addition to understanding the net impact of ownership over the duration of the life of that asset to ensure that we've recovered enough money to maintain and utilize that asset, but also replenish that asset at the end of its useful life. So there was no borrowing impact relative to that revenue or that reserve fund. So that we're seeing increases in those fundings, but also real allocations proportionally within the services. You'll see this more notably as we get into the transportation group, which is now the Public Works Services group. I'm going to be formally known as, that'll be my title at the end of this. But you'll see that there was one line item, it was nearly $750,000 for fleet, and now that is redistributed out to all of the services. So it's a true representation of the actual cost of that service delivery model. The net reflection of the largest one you'll see that I'll point out will be in the snow and ice control one. Moving on to transportation. So the expenses increase across the Public Works Services group, or formerly Transportation and Fleet Services. I might just stop doing that. Nets out to nearly 761,000. Inflation net increase is 129,000. Bear with me a little bit. 168,000 increase is contractual services. That's due to the line painting contract, which I just articulated that we came out of a long tenured contract into a new contract. Cost of service delivery escalations has resulted in an increase for that contract on a year-over-year basis to maintain the existing services that we provide. However, there's a $99,000 reduction in power consumption relative to our utility conversion of LED in our city-owned lamp standard. So not the hydro poles, but the ones that we currently own in terms of galvanized poles. So we're seeing a net reduction in expenses, which will be offsetting. It's a good news story. So in terms of services, $14,000 for traffic studies, and that's really the continuation of the widely popular community speed reader program that was hugely successful last year. Council confirmed that through a presentation and endorsement to continue that into 2024, and we look forward to continuing that program. So it's a marginal increase in operation funds to support data acquisition and the movement of those assets throughout our community to collect that invaluable data that we often share with our members at the RCMP as well. 20,001K one-time spend, which is a carry forward item, and that's for the completion of the downtown parking study. That money's been carried forward, I'll acknowledge this, since about 2020. We had it in our budget to do the original study as COVID hit, and then we deferred it so that we would get back to some realization of what would actually be impacted within usage within the downtown. And it's nice to see that Ms. Saunders can speak to the in her group as she's seen a realization of 2019 and 2023 being comparative years. So I'm really glad to see that. We're hoping for the same kind of analysis when we look back at our data now to know that that was a useful study through the 2023 period to understand what usage actually looks like in the downtown core. So we look forward to that. And like I said, Q1 of 2024, you'll see that report come back to council. In terms of growth, a net increase of 366, of which 180 of the 255 increase that you're seeing in snow and ice control is directly related to the fleet recalculation. So that's pulling fleet funding that was otherwise attributed to a line item that you'll see there. And I think it's about 700 and some odd thousand that's been dropped down now and actually is directly attributed to the snow and ice control program. In addition to that, there's a $75,000 increase relative to growth of service, and that's adjusting for the 5-year rolling average, of which I spoke to historically, as well as the CMP implementation, so the cycling network plan. So attributing those services to both our cycling, those same service levels that we attribute to our roads, to our cycling network plan and our pedestrian, which hopefully, we're seeing great positivity from our community members about the services that we're now delivering. So again, the vast majority of the transportation division is directly attributed to the way that we do the fleet allocations. Shifting that from the parent GL into the service level GLs, allowing for transparency and cost of service delivery. Again, the lines and signs was a significant increase as a result of contract services, the new RFP and the provision of the city's longitudinal transverse lines or road markings. Market inflation and renewal of the old contract was again the major driver for those changes. Civic properties, expenses across civic properties nets out to just over 162,000, inflation netting in around 89,000. Growth seeing a reduction on a reduction of about $30,000. My apologies, I didn't put brackets on it, so I had to make sure I was reading that right. That's reactive maintenance around our washrooms. So a positive reduction in spending articulated in our budget. It's due in part to the increased security within the downtown core. So that's offered through our urban issues contract service provision line. We've increased the security within the downtown core, and we've also operationalized those hours of operations to not be overnight, and that has reduced the amount of maintenance required for those facilities to maintain them in good status. One-time spends of 99, so that's spread across a variety of vertical assets. City Hall being a one-time spend of about 12K for exterior siding repairs. The fire hall has a similar one in that regard, about 6,000 for purchase services for some office amenities, and our rec facilities at 12, and those 12,000, and that's for HVAC improvements and system modifications. Some of those facilities are fairly old, so they as we introduce new technology within the thermostat systems, there's a bit of work to get them to equalize out, so not everyone's cold or hot at the same time. So, and finally, the library will see about a $46,000 spend again, and that's for the exterior siding repairs on the exterior of that building. Parks. Expense increase across the Parks division, that's out to just over 233,000. Again, 43,000 in inflation, 34,000 in service impacts. Growth is 81 with 65 attributed to one-time spend. You're seeing again the movement of the fleet distribution across the assets. So you'll see that's a lot of the movement within those areas. If you drill down into some of those positive and negatives, those smaller line items, under the growth of 2024 relative to the job titles, the 6,000 series there, that's basically all fleet related. So I'll speak to some of the bigger impacts. Additional expenses for the park division they're emerging in several different ways. One-time spends in 65,000, that's for trail enhancement and repaving, as well as the tennis and pickleball court maintenance. The pickleball court being at Martin Park, that's a shared asset with a lacrosse court that's on an asphalt surface. And so we have to repaint and fill those cracks to ensure the safety and usability of those, as well as repainting the tennis court lines to ensure that those ones are up to speed for those user groups. Staffing conversion, we spoke about this last year, and we'll see this again over the next several years. We're doing this in small chunks. $36,000 for a seasonal conversion of our FTEs. And this is happening, like I said, over several years. This is done in twofold: one, to soften the overall impact operationally and from a cost perspective, but in recognition of the service level enhancements that we're achieving due to increased demands in our services, but as well as the efficiencies that are gained. Taking small bites or marginal bites provides us an opportunity to look at the works and services that we're offering and provide efficiencies within those without overexerting our requests from a financial or staffing perspective. And lastly, 30,000 is direct response to reactive tree maintenance. Tree assets, like our vertical assets, are aging. Not every single one is in the best condition. Our environment, our natural environment is changing around us, and the reactionariness of our assets and staff's requirements is also increasing. I'll offer that we do an inventory of many of our assets, our natural assets, when we speak to trees, more specifically, on an annual basis to ensure that our risk tolerances are managed, and we do that through good work with our staff on a daily basis every year to look at areas that are close to parks or trails or housing to ensure that those assets are inspected and they meet the markers for safety, so we can feel comfortable. And the request for funding really is to support the remediation and removal of those assets that meet or are high-risk criteria. The assets that are now entering our high-risk criteria are rising rather than reducing. And so we're seeing this expense on a reactionary basis, and we like to be a bit more proactive in that rather than expensing it as a result of something that failed that we couldn't get to. Stormwater is an interesting one. It's shared between the utilities as well as Public Works Services. Public Works Services doing the above ground with utilities doing the below ground. So they both dip into this this fund to support this. No change, relatively speaking. It's a fairly sound service relative to the in-service assets that we have and the maintenance schedules that have been provided for it. So inflation minus growth adjustments were all attributed to the fleet reallocation. So you're seeing a net savings of $20,000. So we were actually overcharging this particular asset or this particular asset class for our fleet. And when we did our fleet analysis, it netted out to be a benefit, which was pretty good for this line item. Special projects, just a couple here. 3, Anderton demolition of the garage. So there's a subsidiary asset on that property. This kind of plays in part with Mr. Davidson's work at the Diking strategy. That property resides right next to that park where they'll be doing much of that work. The garage there is at the end of its useful life. By far, it's at the end of its useful life. It's actually leaning quite a bit. So the removal this year, fairly low number in terms of removal. We did paint remediation on that asset last year to remove any lead-based paints and then have those dealt with from a hazmat perspective in a very cost-effective way. That allows us now to then recycle through the removal of this asset in a very much more cost-effective way and reutilize those woods in a different way, which would be great. Safe Active Schools program. This is directly out of a council resolution. So to develop an RFP, we anticipate a draft near Q4 2022 to start that process. Work with our counterparts at SD 71 and some of the PAC groups to develop a strategic plan with respect to safe active schools within our community. And the last one there is AVL, or automatic vehicle locators, which is GPS units used to track our vehicles, our mileage, our fuel usage, and also improve safety and response to those that are working alone. This information aids in the future composition and size of our fleet and will provide invaluable data to the city's maintenance activities, such as tracking our snow and ice control programs, our mowing, and our sweeper operations. We currently do track, we do it through tablets, so it's very operator interface heavy. That requires those operators to ensure that their information and they're actually on in their truck while they're driving, but actually not distracting them and not in a place that they can see or use it. The AVL is built into the system, provides that type of information in a KPI or a database system, as well as providing mechanisms for response. So they can actually hit a call button if they're in an emergent situation and get a response either from 911, depending on how we set up the systems, or internally to our operations center staff so that they can then call them or call for support for those individuals. And it will ping exactly where they are. I'd like to say we're done, but I have a couple more. Get into the capital projects. I got a couple slides here, so bear with me a little bit. There are 30 capital projects within the operational services department for the 24 financial plan. With an overall contract value varying between $10,000, as small as that, all the way up to 1.5 million. There's a few carry forwards, and we'll see that as we get to the 3 slides from now, we get into the funding sources. But the majority is the ones that you'll see that are carry forward are that of the roof replacements. Not the actual small amounts you'll see here is the art gallery is only about 11,200. That's for design work with the actual impact to those works happening in 2025. But the last year's roofs were not completed due to release of those RFPs and those actually coming in over budget. Every single roof that we had put forward to the market relative to what we had estimated on historical spends came in over. And so we had to carry them forward and then increase the funding request as a result of not being able to commission those works. Lawn bowling, second one down there, that's a deck replacement. So that deck actually failed. It was at end of life. It became unsafe and we had to remove that. So this is, the removal happened in 2023 with the net renewal going to transpire over 2024. So you'll see the funding for there. The cemetery niche wall installation, lots of work happening on an annual basis, the cemetery operation. This is an additional niche wall. There's demand for the niche wall. The niche wall is actually one of the most, maybe Director O'Connell can speak to that as well. It's one of the most highly demanded areas within the cemetery. So we continue to add those assets as quickly as we can, and they get snapped up as quickly as we install them. So you'll see that there's additional works in 2025 and beyond for that area. Line item down by that, consolidated municipal building. So some of the council may have may understand that there was some thoughts around an operational building or an operations center, a new building. This is to take that same concept, that idea, and expand it beyond that to include a municipal building that could include City Hall and other aspects to service our community. So this is the money to look at that from a very high level perspective, to come back to council to get some further direction as to how we may hope to transpire that into something. The land would be at the operations center in the current parking lot. But there's a lot of opportunities there with the size of the land at the operations center, but also the servicing, road access, and power supply that exists at that particular site. CMP implementation. So 2024 we'll see First Street, which is a carry forward from last year. So those monies were carried forward. The delay on that was due to weather and timing. We weren't able to get our long line contractor in to do those works. So we'll bring those forward into this year. That's from Willamar to Powerhouse Road. So that's painted, buffered painted bike lanes there. And then additionally looking at Headquarters and Vanier as bike lanes for 2024. That's in addition to the works and services that'll be done with the pedestrian, cycling, and pavement renewal program. There'll be additional works and services for cycling infrastructure on those two. I'll speak to those a little bit later. Fire hall, roof, and HVAC, again, pre-planning for those works. These designs give us a great understanding of the estimated cost relative to accuracy, but also take into consideration what it's going to take to do the HVAC upgrade. As you can imagine, those are roof mounted systems on many of those vertical assets, and to do them collectively is the most advantageous, so you're not removing one 5 years after to do the other. Fleet renewal. This is an exciting one for us. We're hoping to procure 3 new half-ton trucks, all electric EV trucks. We've just finished the installation this year of 5 dual port level 2 chargers at the operations center. So we have 10 charging stalls right now at the Public Works, at the operations center, formerly known as. So we're excited for that. We're currently leasing or renting vehicles. We do rent vehicles every year seasonally to augment our in-service fleet to support our seasonal activities. And we've elected to rent electric as well. So there are 2 electric trucks currently in service at operations, charging on those charging points. So one great thing that's come of it now that those vehicles are finally out, the Ford Lightning seems to be one that's most recognizable and most easily attainable in terms of acquisition. They've broadened that platform base to include XLT models, which are more of an industrial type model, ones that will meet the servicing needs from us. So we don't have to spend $100,000 on a truck, and you can get something that's more reasonable, that fits also within the budgetary responsibilities of the city, but also provides us under that cap of $70,000 to afford rebate opportunities at the provincial level as well as the federal level, which we'll seek to do as well. In addition to the light duty vehicles, we'll be looking to acquire a 1-ton truck replacement that will include a sander and a plow. So that's a like-for-like asset replacement, as well as 1 tractor, which is a like-for-like, and that's Parks, which serves a multitude of purposes within our Parks group, as well as the addition of another mini skid steer within the Parks group. that not only useful within our parks group, but we use that from a snow and ice control perspective. So there's currently one that's deployed within our sidewalk program. This will double that capacity and help augment and offset current contract services works that we're usually funding to do that, bring that work back in-house and build the control over those services, which is great. And then finally, a compactor, and that will go to our roads group. Flood protection, Tiger Dam. So the addition of Tiger Dams for Comox Road, Sandpiper Lift Station, and we're hoping that this, I know our partners in fire had applied for a grant for this particular fund. So we're waiting for the response of that grant to see if they're supportive of that. So hopefully this will be a net zero cost benefit to the municipality to provide additional dams for our flood response. And maybe if I can encourage Director Wade to not talk about atmospheric rivers, because I had a panic over there a few minutes ago. I think Kurt, Chief McDonald and I think about atmospheric rivers in a different way, but I appreciate your context and your humor. So I'm just giving you a hard time. Gateway signage, council will note on the Old Island Highway on the south entrance to the city, there's a new gateway signage. We're hoping to continue the gateway signage into our community, welcoming people into our community and working in partnership with KFN to understand what their welcome would like to see on those signs. So we're working in partnership with them so that they can be acknowledged within those signs. So we'll do an update to any of the existing signs to acknowledge that and then continue that through. So you see that come in the budget both this year and next. So the hope is that Old Island Highway on the north side near Cliff Road could be the place of that destination or landing. And then as well, 2025 would see it on Ryan Road near Anderton as you're coming in from CFB Comox. The lagoon walkway, so that's cedar shake replacement on the bridge portion of the lagoon. A few years back, we did the lookouts. So this is just a continuation and completion of those works. The Lewis Center hardwood floor replacement, I'll offer that those are a complete replacement of the hardwood floors. We have done our due diligence over years and we have sanded those as many times as we can sand them. And now it's just sanding nails. So we're looking to replace those. We've got our useful life out of those assets, that's for sure. We got another page here. Roof replacement, as I talked about, 2023 carry forward, including a marginal increase in response to the request for proposals, as I discussed. Pool startup, we do that every year. It lands in our capital portfolio, partially because we're receiving much of those funds from our partners at the CBRD for this service. But that'll be our annual startup, and we hope to get that underway sooner than later, working on the pool filter replacement in addition to the annual startup that we do every year. Playground renewal. So this project is currently somewhat undefined as we await some of the good work that our friends at REC are doing to understand what the playground design standards are going to be. And once we have those, we'll work with our partners in engineering services, depending on the scope of these projects to deliver those. Yeah, it's really, there's a great amount of money there to do some great renewals of our existing parks. And we're really looking forward to that work coming to fruition to get these in. For the 2024 program, $1 million plus will go quite a ways in terms of renewing quite a few assets within our community. So the design standards will ultimately define what it is the cost of renewal will be for each of those assets. So I can't give you, $900,000 equals 3 parks. I don't know that answer yet. That will be defined, but we'll look to ensure that areas like Woodco Park and Billmore Park are near the top of those lists for renewal. They seem to be some of those assets that are seeing some of the heaviest use, but also are really towards the end of their useful life. The museum elevator, that one actually should be pulled. We did an assessment of the elevator last year, if you recall, in our budget, to understand where that asset needs to go in the future. The partnership or the group, the museum, would like to see that elevator go to the bottom floor so they can actually use it as well as they can for storage and movement of their materials. It actually can't do it in its current location. So we're recommending removing any of the renewal works in anticipation of the museum coming back to the group looking for expansion opportunities. We would recommend a new elevator be installed as part of those expansions to provide them with the full use of an elevator across all 3 floors within that facility. It won't change budget. It was reserve funded, so it'll be just non-expensed funds out of the reserve. Bridge replacement, that's an annual program that we replace the bridge. We take our old wooden bridges and replace them with aluminum structured bridges. You'll see them across our community. They're a great attributed asset. They have a much longer useful life than the wood structures, and they provide beautification and access to otherwise inaccessible areas within our community, provide connectivity within our trail network, which is great. This one for 2024 will be Tater Place near the Parkway. There's a bridge structure out there that's nearing the end of its useful life, so that's where we'll focus these efforts this time. As I discussed, PED cycling and pavement renewal program, that will be on Cumberland Road between Piercy and Fitzgerald. And Willamar between 5th and Cumberland roundabout. So you'll see the extension of the existing bike facilities and improvements of sidewalks, as well as the pavement renewal within those particular corridors. And that will create some connectivity as we recognize as there's bike lanes on Cumberland Road to the traffic circle, and then to Piercy. This will take us down to Fitzgerald, where there's bike lanes on Fitzgerald, and from the roundabout to Lake Trail, and then hopefully ultimately down 5th in continuation of all those works. So starting to connect some of the dots, which is really great to see, provide people with opportunity for synergy within their movement to those facilities. Operations locker room. So this is a new trailer, another trailer for operations. This is a result of the current facility no longer meeting regulatory compliance requirements relative to a staff changing room. So we have a particular group of our staff that are in a garage type setting, no longer meets those requirements. So this is for the purchase of a trailer that was to provide a safe and warm and dry environment for them to change and be prepared for their daily work activities. We've made really good use of the facilities that we have there. So some of them are just coming to an end and we need to move on. Operations center, secondary power. Funny enough, we're one of the few facilities that you would rely on in a state of emergency, but we don't actually have an ability to answer the phone if the power goes out. So you can't call us to tell us you need our help. So this is a small amount of money to provide a secondary power for our facility to keep it up and running so that we can provide those 24-hour 365 services to our community. Hoping to size something in terms of a generator that's comparable and compatible, not only to this existing facility, but that may be able to be reused if in the event we do to go to a new facility or asset for a municipal works building or a municipal services building, but also ones that are equally as utilized within our wastewater environment. So that they could be repurposed down the road, potentially to provide secondary power for one of our lift stations that currently may not have secondary power. So we're very mindful of the short-term useful life of that asset, given its current proximity and additional opportunities for its reuse in the future. Another small item, digital sign, or digital printer for our sign shop. We do a lot of in-house fabrication for our signs. That saves us a tremendous amount of money. We're currently limited to one dimension, one color. This provide us with a digital printer to do much more complex. But we really thank Communications for toning down the amount of colors and things that are in our crest. But now we'll be able to do much of our crests on our signs, so our branding, our bylaw signs that we put out in our community. We're able to do those printings in-house and then put them and reuse those fabricated signs. You can imagine much of the cost for signs is actually buying the hard material and then putting the material on top. We can do that now in-house by reusing and recycling those old ones for repurpose in the future, which is great. Sims Park Thai Pavilion. So it's our sister pavilion to our sister community in Thailand. They have something there that represents us. We have one here that represents them. So the roof is at end of life as well. So in order to sustain and maintain that facility, we recommend renewal of that roof. An exciting one, small tool electrification. That's $100,000 in the budget. And I believe that is grant funded money. Some great work by our procurement team to understand what the potential opportunities are for us as an organization to convert our gas hand-powered tools to electric. And they've done a lot of great sourcing with out there. The market is changing. It's becoming known that that's where not only residential customers want to go, but also commercial customers. And there's a lot of new companies that are coming out with commercial grade lines. Milwaukee Ego has another great line, but they're providing materials at a cost that provides an opportunity for organizations such as ourselves to convert. And this $100,000, we're very confident that we'll be able to convert nearly 100% of our existing handheld tools to electric, and that includes the battery support that we would need to maintain our current services. So we're very, very optimistic. Of course, we'll keep a few gas in our back pocket just in case, but converting over to electric and having the battery support to do that looks very optimistic within this funding support. So we're very hopeful to see that come to fruition this year. Speed reduction implementation, I spoke of that. You'll see that over the course of 5 years. With the focus on CMP and radiuses around schools, we're still in the planning stages for this, looking at what 5 years could look like. Funny enough, if you overlay our collector non-industrial roads with our residential roads and you put the layer of our solid waste mapping, it kind of breaks the city into 5 really nice chunks. That seems completely attainable within the funding allotment that we have here to bring our community down to a 40-kilometer-hour speed limit, which would be great to see. And the last one, spare controller, traffic controller. This is for emergent purchase. We're recommending. We've seen a few losses of controllers in the last few years. Loss of controller, not having a controller on hand, means that we have to procure a controller sometimes outside of our community or off island, and then have it built and then programmed and then installed. And the traffic light near the hospital in Mission, I think, was down for quite some time this year as a result of just that. So this is recommendation to have the controller on site pre-programmed so that we can go and install that at the time of. And we should see that if it's emergent and ICBC, if it's a traffic incident, would probably support the renewal of those assets at the time, but this would have one in stock ready to go that we're prepared to continue those services for our community. This last slide here, before we get to the really fancy question slide, is just an overview of the capital program that speaks to the funding sources. So you'll see just over $5.4 million in total spend over 30 projects, with 1.07 being funded from general revenue, 2.4 from reserve, 33 in federal or provincial funding, and 1.5 million from gas tax, and finally $270K from the CBRD grants. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And as excited as you were about electric trucks, I was somewhat happy you were mentioning cyber trucks and Rodians and other very expensive, fancy looking things that may not actually be functional. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Aitken.
Thanks, Mayor. I noticed about 5 roof replacements, major ones, not the small pavilions, but major buildings over the next couple of years. Are we looking at any different technologies for those, for example, green roofs? And if so, are there grant programs available that can help us?
It's a great question. I'm hopeful that there may be opportunities for that. I would look to my counterparts in engineering as they uncover some of those strategies through some of their hard work and projects that they're working on to identify opportunities. I would suggest green roofs may not be the most advantageous, but looking for opportunities for solar regen would be a great one to do for those facilities, providing or offsetting BC Hydro costs or power cost consumption of those assets. So looking towards a LEED type of program. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Zilker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've got a few questions. A few slides back, one at a time. A few slides back, if we can go to the Public Works Parks operation budget. It's probably about 10 slides back. But specifically, and you spent some time talking about the tree program and the increase cost of the tree program. And I really appreciate you spending some time highlighting that, given that we're in a climate emergency. And you spoke, and it's in the staff report, around reactive costs related to that program specifically. I'm wondering if in your sector, there's anything that you could speak to around ways that we can be looking at preventative, and you've spoke to a little bit around prevention and trying to get a good understanding of the quality of those assets, the vertical assets, the trees, around anything that we can be doing in terms of our operations to prevent any unnecessary needing to cut down trees or have any negative impacts on those assets?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's kind of a double-edged sword, right? We want to protect our natural assets as much as we can, but we also want to protect the public or the people that are using the open spaces that are adjacent or near to those assets. And trees in particular are subject to their environment, to drought conditions, to our changing climate, as well as some of those atmospheric rivers or winds that we are tending to see. Storms seem to be the largest impact on those natural assets, and the storms become more severe and more common, and they're weakening some of our aged or older assets. Unfortunately, we do our best to first secure that tree or modify that tree to a point that it can be habitated or used in a different way before completely taking it down. It's only taking it down to the base if we absolutely have to, if it's rotting or it's likely to fall over and has an impact zone. So there are other areas. We have some fairly deep forested areas that we look after. We would only modify or augment a tree that has the potential fall hazard that creates a risk for a person or property.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm wondering if you can provide some detail on, and I think I've got the acronym right here, the CRCP, our what used to be the grind and pave and now includes cycling and pedestrian improvements. Yeah, just would like to, see a similar level of detail there to what we outline in terms of, maintenance to our park assets. And then with that, if you could just give a little more detail on how we're using the allocation for cycling. I know we didn't use the full 250,000 last year, and that we've got a little bit more included in the spend this year from that carryover.
So forgive me, I'll ask you to kind of clarify your first question. Speaking to the pedestrian cycling and pavement renewal program, you'd like me to provide you with a greater detail?
Well, just it would just be nice to see them listed in the report.
Oh, I see.
Just for clarity, because we hear them at the presentation and then we forget, and then other people sometimes ask about that, and then we just don't have a way of pointing back to it after the fact. So I know that you have it planned, so.
Okay. That's a great note. I appreciate that. In the future, we'll certainly provide those either in the slide or in the staff report. I can follow up, post this to council with a briefing note through our Friday correspondence to articulate exactly the project scopes so that you have it on hand.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Garbage had a comment as well.
Through the mayor, thanks. And these presentations are all going to be available. They'll be on the agenda, but some of these critical sort of lists of project stuff we're taking some notes and certainly distribute that.
Thanks. Yeah, and then just what's included in the cycling improvements this year as well.
So cycling improvements. So the CNP implementation in and of itself will include bike lanes on First Street between Willamar and the city's boundary. So that's painted buffered bike lanes across First. So that will connect to the 4th and Willamar Bikeway, as well as Old Island Highway Headquarters Road from Old Island Highway to Vanier, and then Vanier from headquarters to Mission Hill or Old Island Highway.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Hamilton.
I think it's Jolly correct.
I think he asked a question before, so everyone, you guys are self-managing yours. Like I've had it all clicked and ready to go, but you guys we're on it.
We're an impressive bunch. I just wanted to ask a bit about I can't remember if it's the combined municipal operations building. Something we've been hearing about for a while, and I know I'm sure you've been as eager as anyone, Kyle, to see it become more material. Is there going to be a report to council coming up sometime this year, sort of looking at which location and sort of what the possibilities are for combining the two assets, City Hall and the Operations Center?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Great point of clarity. Thank you for that. It's a small amount of money this year to look at the options as to what potentially could be a design construction in the future. We've done some preliminary work it's a bit dated to date, and it only included the operations center. It didn't include the potential or the opportunity for City Hall as a consolidated unit, but also didn't look or seek opportunities for additional floors that could be utilized in other fashions, whether that be community-based type offerings from a cost recovery perspective. So we want to broaden that opportunity or that look to understand what potential options exist for a facility of that type. If we're going to build something, let's build it in the best way that we can for the community for the long term, especially something that's going to be fairly expensive that we likely need to borrow for. So it's a great opportunity to re-envision the way that we look at a potentially consolidated facility. I think we're still going to focus the facility location at the operations center. There's quite a bit of land there that provides that opportunity for us to construct, and we'll have a forward facing to Cumberland Road. So Fire Hall, CBRD all seem to be forward facing to the Cumberland Road corridor, and we continue with that process.
And just curious if I can follow up, but just if one of the challenges I think with buildings, like including this one, is within a few years they begin to sort of fill up. And I think it was flippantly, but the CAO was the CBRD was saying you sort of take what you need. Look at what you'll need in 10 years and then double it in terms of capacity, which would initially leaves one with a lot of additional spaces. It's probably getting into the weeds, but is it possible to be planning additional space, which could be affordable housing or daycare in the short term, and then as we need, we could kind of be taking it back? But I think this is getting into the weeds, so maybe I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, Mr. Garbutt had a comment.
Thank you. And during our last two rounds of strategic planning, multifaceted community-facing buildings was very clear from council. And so the exercise there, we started with the fire hall. We were looking for partnerships there. We'll certainly do that here. The other advantage of kind of looking at that property and its location and its opportunities, both for the community and ourselves, also has the potential to free up where our existing building is, which could be used for downtown revitalization, et cetera. So it's a really exciting opportunity. And we will use our cardinal points. We'll use the direction that we've had through strategic planning. And then we actually really want to do that exercise where we really think about what does the community look like in this next period? What do we need? What kind of flexibility could be built into that? And then also we want that building to have both resiliency, post-disaster, incorporate our high performance buildings and be an inspiration as well as efficient building for the community. So, the more you talk about it, the grander it gets. But the reality is these are investments in the life of this community because it's the services that we'll be providing into now and into the future. We have a very strong understanding of what our growth boundaries will be and the kind of services we're going to need to provide. And so I'm feeling pretty confident we're going to do a lot of work in terms of with our senior team and, like where we're headed. And hopefully we won't be doubling in 10 years, I hope. But we'll all be replaced by robots at that point. So that's okay. There'll be something different here.
Fantastic. Well, between the green roofs and maybe combine that with a dog park on top of a roof somewhere. So all sorts of things that we haven't thought of so far. Sorry, I'm getting a bit punchy, but I'll pass it over to Councillor Schlucker.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, kind of picking on the Parks Department a little bit, but it wasn't explicitly highlighted in your presentation, and it was in there really quickly in the staff report on page 9 of the staff report. And I think most of your colleagues presented when there was an FTE. addition, and here it says seasonal conversion to FTE. And I do recall last budget you presenting on how this was the plan for the department for some of your seasonal workers to move over to the FTE. So I'm just wondering if you could clarify what that is, and if I'm understanding here, if I'm reading the budget, that is the under growth 59.7 or the service impact 36 for the increase of costs for that.
Yeah, great question. Great point of clarity. It's actually under service level impacts. You'll see the 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. If you add those all up, that's about 36,000, and that's the seasonal conversion. When we talk about seasonal staff, we have a provision within our collective agreement that affords us the opportunity to hire full-time seasonal staff. So the seasonal staff within the Parks Department are 8-month staff,
Okay.
and there are already full-time. So this is extending them from 8 to 12 months over a period of years. So that's what I mean by conversion. So instead of taking, and even then, instead of taking one particular individual, we're taking the entire group and extending the entire group from an equitability perspective to a point where they'll all be in a 12-month position.
Okay, so this is more than just one of those seasonal staff.
Correct.
This is
It's
a group of
all,
them.
it's all 4 of them.
All 4 of them. So we're going from 4 8-month employees to 12-month employees.
Correct. Over
Okay.
time.
Over
So
time.
this is only the second year of
Yeah.
that conversion.
Thanks.
Excellent. I don't see any other lights. We may be done.
Well, it's
Oh,
Adam's turn.
well, yeah, I know. I mean, of this section. All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Good conversation, and we'll get back to our regularly scheduled Director of Finance and Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through council. This is an important slide for us to talk about. This slide gives you a total picture of the FTEs included and is recommended in the 2024 financial plan. On the right-hand side of that slide is what we were aware of when we briefed council in 2023, projecting forward to the 2024 financial plan. Council is aware that we've had significant growth in legislative requirements as well as very robust capital projects. We're looking to try and do a much better job. It's not to suggest we're doing a good job, but fine tune our financial planning process and provide supports to the services that we need to deliver. So that slide, summary slide in front of you provides an overview of the FTEs that we're contemplating in the financial plan. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that we did a lot of hard work in 23, but the environment with which your staff and our team is operating continues to evolve. And we can't do that without bodies. There's been a lot of discussion throughout the director's presentations by department. We don't take this lightly. We know that our people are our biggest investment, and that's how we deliver our services to the community. And we offer this for your consideration. I think Adam and the rest of the directors are here for any questions, if you had any questions on this slide specifically.
Excellent. And that has generated a couple of questions. Councilor
Um, thanks, Mayor. I guess when we look at where a lot of resources are going, are, responding to things that are often quite out of our control, and that we hope to get some help with in terms of impacts of homelessness and other issues. And I guess I'm not seeing anything other than, well, we have bylaw officer, but other than bylaw officer, I don't see too much that maybe helps with staff capacity in that regard. I'm just really concerned about burnout and stress, and I don't know, we haven't had necessarily an update around what's been happening for our staff, with these increased demands that, as I said, we should be getting some help with, but it's landing on our doorstep. So I'm just wondering if there's anything that you can talk about regarding that, in terms of more capacity for dealing with some of the issues that we're dealing with until we do get some help, hopefully sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Right. And Mr. Garbutt has a comment.
Just through the mayor to Councillor Moran, you kind of started around the bylaw supports, or do you want to speak?
Well,
Would you like Ms. O'Connell to speak to that directly, or I can talk
no,
generally?
what I'm saying is I don't see, other than bylaw, I don't see anything that's really helping with staff capacity and responding to, you know, for lack of a better term, urban issues or those kinds of things, because it impacts almost every department. It impacts communications, it impacts obviously public works, corporates, everything. And I guess I'm not necessarily seeing some increased capacity for that. And, you know, in the short term, hopefully we're getting the PAC teams coming and things like that. But I'm just concerned about staff. I mean, there just seems to be increased pressure and on staff. So that's, does that flesh it out a little bit better?
Thank you, through the mayor to Councillor Moran's question. With respect to the demands that are placed by some of the issues that we're facing, we have increased resources in the what we're calling urban issues that help us support the delivery of our cleanup services. We have, this is the fourth bylaw officer position. We also have a clerk in that area that helps to assist with the delivery of that essential service. We are monitoring the impacts that we have related to some of those stressors. We have done operational improvements and increases and required to respond to that. We have brought on our community development position to assist in the creation and support around our portfolio in the housing area. And I would just say on the support and social development side. We have asked for resources related to the planning work that's required to help with accessible, the scope of or the breadth of our housing needs in the community. I would anticipate in the 2020, we will work hard through at a staff level, monitor the situation, hopefully with the addition of the PACT team, the work that's happening in situation tables, et cetera, potential investments in local services at MC Mental Health and Services from the province and Island Health. But we know that this is continuing to stretch. I kind of offer that from the big picture, but I know we have two of our director colleagues, so maybe you may want to speak to that.
All right. I believe it's Ms. McConnell first. Oh, look at that. I got the right mic. Very good.
In regard to staff burnout, especially from the bylaw perspective, or even from the communication staff perspective, because they are receiving a lot of the feedback and commentary through their work in monitoring our online social media, we have implemented several different approaches in order to try and mitigate any potential impacts as a result of that ongoing work. So some examples include moving to a fourth officer. We're able to adjust because responding to some of the more challenging issues require two-person teams from a safety perspective. So before we only had 3 officers, you had 3 people who were cycling through those that type of activity on a daily basis. With 2 teams of 2, we're now able to alternate and alternate only at half days. So no team of 2 is going to be undertaking the exact same work every day repeatedly for a 5-day or longer period. The same goes with the communication staff. So the monitoring of the social media, it is not done by the same person every single day. It is something we're watching in the sense that if it does become more substantially unmanageable from a mental health or safe workplace environment, that's when you'll see recommendations coming back from myself and the manager of communications regarding whether or not the value of permitting that type of commentary or feedback on social media is worth the trade-off or the impact on staff. So it's definitely something that we're aware of and monitoring. In addition to some of the scheduling changes we've made, we've also done significant investment in mental health training, violence prevention training, and as well as all the other training we've talked about a lot in regard to the bylaw services team, but that's not exclusive only to bylaw services. Additionally, last year, through our HR department, they also offered and trained over a 3-day period a number of city employees on critical incident stress management. So for example, I myself was one of the participants in that, and I'm able to respond to an individual at work who has experienced a trauma event as part of their regular activities in the workplace. So that's a new process that's been set up, and we had a really good cross-section of employees and different levels of employees through management and union staff who participated in that training. So very, very aware and really trying to make sure that we're protecting our staff both physically, but as well as being mindful of their mental health. I've been very appreciative of the support I've also been getting from the fire department. They've been operating in this sphere for a long time. And whether it's Chief McDonald or the previous Chief Bardonings, I've had nothing but support from them in trying to navigate this approach. So that's what we're doing, at least from that perspective.
Thank you.
All right, and Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Just highlight a few things. We do also have the Strengthening Communities Grant funding that was extended last year. So the training, there's a portion of that funding that's towards training for municipal staff. So that'll be rolling out any day now as our team finalizes it. So much like last time, that training will be available for staff and includes a wide variety of training from violence prevention to trauma-informed response to mental health and the mental health support. Part of the work that our community development coordinator is doing is the development of a community and social development framework. Again, sort of a working title at this point. That work is going to occur over the next year. And when it comes back to council, of course, we'll include recommendations on priorities where the city needs to wants to focus its attention, but also resource requirements. So part of that work will include looking at what are the resources required to deliver on the priorities of that framework, as of course directed by council. So I think although that doesn't provide immediate resources, it will take that strategic approach to set focus areas for the city, and then of course what resources are required to deliver on that work. Much like Ms. O'Connell spoke to in her department, in recreation, as I referenced in our budget presentation, where we're seeing some really significant increases in challenging incidents, we're engaging in work around violence prevention in our, and that's going to include training. It'll include policy and procedure development. Some of that policy will come to council where it affects the public and how they access our facilities and how we make decisions. But I think also it's looking at our partnerships and where we can rely on other organizations to support us in some of that work so that we're trying to be as welcoming and accessible as possible, while also providing staff with support through partners, as an example, to be able to meet the needs of individuals who have some more complex needs when they attend our spaces.
Thank you. And could I have a follow-up, Mayor? Yeah, no, I'm really happy to hear that. And my question was to be intended to be supportive and not to make our staff feel like you should be doing more to address this situation. And hopefully that's the way you received it. I just think that that there's also the piece of, when I say that this is around urban issues, that the assumption is that it's all coming from the folks who are experiencing challenges. But as we know, a lot of the pressure and comments, negativity and toxicity is coming from people who are upset about that. And staff are having to manage that in addition to possibly the vicarious trauma of being around people who are really struggling. So it's like this double whammy. And I think it's unfortunate that we have these systemic issues, but I think we do need to make sure that we're investing in that support for our staff. And it sounds like you've got some great things underway, but I just wanted to emphasize that it's really important for us to prioritize that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin, and Councillor Joker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Morin, for speaking to that. I fully support those comments. Yeah, I really appreciate this slide. It helps, I think, for us to understand the growth of the corporation, the city. That is also reflective, I really heard in the staff presentations today that we have, I mean, we obviously have a very full strategic priorities for the city. The OCP, there's quite a lot there that's demanding a lot of time and resources of the existing staff. And so although this list is quite long in terms of net new FTEs, I really appreciate staff clarifying really specifically why these are necessary for the plan that we've set out for them. So I did want to just speak to that. I have one question about this list. I think because I didn't see it in the staff reports this year. I do, if I think back to last year, but the land agent. And so what is that for again? And where is that in the budget that we have in front of us? I know that we talked about it last year, but if I can get clarity on that, thanks.
Ms. O'Connell?
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur, for the question. This position, it's interesting. It kind of predates you and I. And it was a recommendation that was made quite a while ago through basically an HR process that was working with an external consultant. When I started with the city, the land portfolio sat in the purchasing division, and the purchasing division was actually part of corporate services at that time. Under the previous administration, the decision was to align or reintegrate purchasing back into finance, but to leave the land portfolio in corporate services. And the intent was to request a position to undertake that work, which is managing all of our agreements, our licenses of occupation, our statutory right-of-ways, our easements, anything to do with a tenant, as well as setting basically policies around that. Unfortunately, there was a decision at that point made not to forward those requests to fund that position under the previous administration, and the position has been unfunded. And it's something that I have taken on, not even off the side of my desk, but maybe off of the floor in the office. And a lot of it actually on the recreation, culture, and community services side is being done by the manager of business admin. So Ms. Chan is the one who's dealing with all of the lease grants and things like that, but every other rental facility and or land-based agreement flows through myself, aside from some more simplistic ones coming out of public works or development services.
As a follow-up, so I have the corporate services budget in front of me here, which there's no line item here for land. So where is that?
It would be under the compensation total under corporate services. So because it was identified last year to be in this year's budget, it's not a net new increase. It was previously approved in the 5-year plan. So it's not a change.
Yeah, sorry. So we've got all your departments, right? IT, corporate, HR, comms. It would be under corporate services.
It would have been in the PowerPoint presentation from last year, as last year's net new request. But I only highlighted the net new requests from this year. I believe.
Okay. So thank you through chair. And perhaps Mr. Langemeyer, I think the question is within the overall budget, the monies related to the land agent is in which section, Mr. Langemeyer? Would you know?
It's looking it up.
So it's accommodated in the overall wages and benefits section of that function.
And there's another question or comment, so I can maybe move on to that. And if we're able to kind of, unless you think it's a fairly quick find, Mr. Langemeyer, you want me to continue on?
Please continue on.
Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you. This may be mentioned when we went through the budget back in, well, whatever it was last year. The communication specialist position can you just let me know a little bit more about that? What their role will be?
Thank you very much for the question. This coming out of the communication strategy, we knew that as there would likely be an expectation of a potential increase in service, the communication specialist, this was their existing union title for basically the two positions that aren't our manager position. And essentially it was a placeholder until we knew exactly what the communication strategy would recommend based on the needs identified through the engagement of the strategy. The position has actually changed to a communications and marketing supervisor position based on the recommendations of the strategy itself. And the types of things that this person would be doing would be working with the various departments to identify the most appropriate communication approach based on their various projects. Due to the volume though of the number of projects that are being undertaken, especially post-COVID, the addition of this position is growth only. It's not a service level increase. Essentially, even with the addition of this net new position, we're still looking at either a maintenance and or potential decrease in some communication processes. So as an example, we ran through the model that was referenced in the communication strategy, the operational modeling, and it showed us at over 200% over capacity for the first quarter of 2024. And that was assuming the addition of this net new position. So we are making changes. We're working with the various departments to look at equally spreading out the different initiatives throughout the year to try and mitigate some of those impacts. But really a lot of the pieces that come through the communication strategy, you're going to see us looking at how do we implement or meet those targets over time, because it's definitely not the strategy is done and therefore we can implement right away. So this position is essentially a growth position. And then we've created it so it can address some of the like the allocation of who does what and how they advise. And it takes a bit of the weight off of the manager as well, because the manager is taking on more significant projects like the brand standards, the communication strategy, engagement strategy, the website replacement, and those types of things will continue on into the future. Okay.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Jolker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. A question for finance staff, just given the last comments around the inclusion of the land agent as not being demonstrated in our current budget in front of us as a service level impact or a growth level impact. Is that safe to assume that all the positions on the right-hand side of this slide that was included in the 23 financial plan were also not included under service level impacts and growth in the 24 budget in front of us?
It is not safe to assume anything. I looked it up. On page 4 of the staff report, you have the corporate services expenses. About midway down, right underneath information technology, you have the line for corporate services. The position does fall in service level impacts this year, under the $192,000 line.
Yes, yeah. Okay, and these other positions?
I'd have to look at everyone individually. Right. This is the first year of this program, so bring over items that were in 23 into 24. It was sometimes, where does it make the most sense to fit? And we tried to present the information what made the most sense.
But through the mayor to Councillor Jolker, I'm not clear what your question is. The one reference to staff position, the land agent is a net new with new and growing work. So I'm just not sure exactly what you're asking. So these are our bylaw officer area is growing workspace, communication specialist, growing workspace. Supervising accountant is a reallocation of some a change by about 0.4 of an FT. I'm just not clear exactly what your
so my question was referring to the fact that there was an indication that that position was not demonstrated in this budget because it was in last year's budget. So I just wanted to make sure, because I've gone through the staff report assuming that any new FTE would be demonstrated in either service level impacts or growth. And so I'm just wanting to clarify that there's not any other position that would be hidden in the base budget line, the second column.
From a previous budget that just hasn't actually been hired yet, or that position been fulfilled?
I would say that's reasonable. So when we opened the budget in the software for the first time, we took the 2023 base budget. So if there was items that were previously approved, we would have to re-add them in again. So they will show up in those inflation, growth, or service level impacts.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any further questions, or we can move on to the next section?
Excellent. So I'd like to highlight that we're on slide 112, 108. I tried very hard this year to get the numbers correct. But it turns out when we have the entire agenda in a PowerPoint, it buggers with my numbering. So special projects is the first time that we've broken this out. In the past, it was always buried in operations, and what it would do would make it really challenging to look at what your operational spend was year over year, because you had these, you know, it's sometimes $170,000 project that was 1 year, got it done, and then your budget, you know, just plummeted. So breaking out, we will see this going forward, and it sounds like it would be very helpful to show, you know, what is a new project versus what is a project that has been carried forward. And so it also shows like all the interesting stuff we're up to. The capital plan is so easy to show by project what we're doing. I find this is a good tool to show those soccer slides that aren't capital. What are we doing? And this is place here just to highlight on it. And I wanted to bring this item back. There was a question that came from the community a while back on, you know, what's happening with the growing communities fund that the city received in the prior year. And it's tough because it's not a single slide anywhere in this year's presentation because it's last year's money. But I wanted to reconfirm with the public that this is where council has directed the money to be spent. And now we get to the fun part: reserves, debt, taxation, surplus. So we'll start right in the reserve area. So 2023, the city put $3.3 million into reserve. We're increasing that by about $700,000, about $4 million. You'll notice, and that Director Shaw will be happy with this, the machinery equipment reserve. With those change to how we're doing the fleet, we're also matching the required increases to appropriately fund the fleet. The machinery and equipment contributions were relatively stagnant for many years. Price of equipment has continued to rise. And so we did the work on that and noticed that like, if we continue at these rates, our reserve is going to be nothing many years out. And that doesn't work very well. One I really want to highlight is the Sustainable Infrastructure Investment Plan. So that is information that will really be presented to council through this year, but it's a reserve contribution to have sustainable infrastructure for the long term. It represents 1.5% of prior year's taxation. And you'll notice that continues. It's not a stagnant 1.5. Each year it's 1.5 of prior year's taxation additive and additive. It's planned to go on for about 10 years and then stabilize. With, or if council adopts this financial plan, capital projects in the later years that were funded by debt, we'll likely see those switch. You know, I wasn't able to presuppose council's adoption of the SIP, so I was not able to reduce those future year borrowing projects. You know, if we go with this plan, once council has more information, once the financial plan's adopted, we can see those changes. So I do want to bring some attention to debt. Just like I said, future years capital projects really relying on debt because reserve contribution levels at the current information we had in 2023 to inform a 2024 year didn't support any other method. We're really taking our debt capacity on in the new fire hall, and that's will be before council of what to do with the information flowing out from this year. What does that mean for our debt servicing? So when I create the financial plan, I assume debt at a 5% interest rate. Currently, it is sitting at 4.39, which is fair, and I assume a 20-year lifespan. Looking at the fire hall, that one, we'll have the decision, does 20 years make sense or does 30 years make sense to just bring that annual payment down? It's a trade-off though, as you extend the years of amortization, you pay more interest over the long term. So I should have put a question slide there because that sort of wraps up our reserves and debt piece right before I get into property taxation.
So are you asking if there's any questions? Yes. Councilor McCollum.
Yeah, one question that I had, kind of going through this report that I think is fairly related to what you have on this particular slide is that, yeah, property tax is absolutely the main, revenue source and the only one that we truly have full control over. But I didn't really see any, breakdown of what those other revenue sources are in 2024 or how they've changed since our last budget. I believe that last year we did have you know, some analysis there in terms of what our other revenue sources are, and I'm wondering if that's part of the discussion tonight or not.
It is not. Main other revenue sources are fees. So like our recreation revenue, and other places, government grants. I can provide more information on that at the financial plan report. But seeing or hearing no questions on tech or on debt and reserves, I'm gonna get right into property taxes. So I always like to bring it back to the basics. Property taxation is the main method for municipalities to raise our funds. Property tax system isn't perfect. It's used as a proxy to determine one's ability to pay. It can be considered a wealth tax. I always like to bring this up. We only have half the property tax equation. We set the tax rate, the assessments, the other half set by BC assessment. Times the two together and you get property tax revenue. This brings up the really good point. Property tax rates are not very comparable from community to community because each community has different assessments. Again, property tax rates are very hard to compare year to year because your assessments change year to year. What we can look at is how the market changed. 2024, we see in that far right column, our residential properties actually overall fell in value by 1.6%. You can see going back several years, that has not occurred. We've had increases of 29% in 2022. And even going back to 2019, we saw substantial increases. Looking at the commercial market change, it is more stable, you know, hovering on that 6% minus 2021 where there was that decrease. So when you look at, you know, how much taxation is coming in from the commercial properties versus residential, this becomes a very powerful tool. The second table there is our non-market change. So this is the new assessment that's being taxed. There's the growth. So as your municipality grows, you only have capacity to add so many buildings. So it seems to trend that growth sort of is a percentage of your overall existing assessment. So it tends to get smaller and smaller as your community gets bigger and bigger. This can change if you have a humongous project come online. Taxation revenue estimations from non-market change, we're looking about 433,000. That is a bit lower than we've seen historically. We had that high in 2020 of 106. I suspect it's sort of a lull from the touch of a slowdown we saw in early COVID of things actually being completed and hitting the completed role for the first time. You know, the 433,000 represents a 1.3% of our property tax levy. Some municipalities will put that money right into reserve. The historical treatment here is to use it to offset tax increases going forward. This slide is where we can really compare how much are residents paying to how much commercial properties are paying. And we can see our assessment distribution. This is, you know, of all of the assessable value in the city, 89% is residential. But if you look at the tax burden, the residential class only contributes 65% of the taxes. You can see where the commercial class, representing 10% of the assessed value, is contributing 33% of total taxation. And notice the different trend in your assessment distribution. We've been slowly growing on overall how much residential assessment we have. Comparatively, the commercial assessment hasn't been keeping up in the same growth or value change. And so as it's shrinking, you know, overall, they're not contributing as much to the same property tax burden. You know, looking back to 2019, you can see that they were contributing 35% and it's kind of shrunk to 33.7. This is one I really like to show. This is the total taxes on an average home as prepared by Stats BC. I take the municipalities, the 10 or 12 municipalities, greater and smaller than the city of Courtenay in population is the one indicator I look at, and I see, hey, what is our total property taxation? And you notice we are middle of the pack, mid-low. A piece I want to point out is North Couch and Grand Brook Salmon Arm and Fort St. John all have industrial basis of tax on, which is substantially higher tax revenue per dollar than any other one. I like to see that 22 to 23, we didn't really move around. This is where we get a bit more interesting, take that size comparison away and just look at what's around us. We moved up 2 slots this year, and this is information that is readily available to the public, and it's based on last year's taxes because that's what is out in the world. We're still affordable. You look at Parksville and Qualicum Beach, similar size, well, not even, they're smaller, but the overall taxes paid on an average home, substantially higher. I want to point out that Port Alberni has substantial industrial taxation too. So what does this mean? Where does our assessment fall? Last year, average home value was 716,000. It's fallen down just 1.2% to 708,000. And this slide shows where the majority of our homes fall. So if you look at that cumulative percentage line, 87% of our properties are $1 million or less. Over half or $750,000 or less. So it's really, where does that person live that's talking to you as a counselor, and what are their what's their home value? What are they comparing them to? What is their tax bill? The properties that are above the 2 million are typically your apartment buildings or very nice houses. There was a question in ownership. I like to see this information, the change in ownership age. We're able to pull our homeowner grant information. If you are eligible for the enhanced grant, you're over 65, and you have a few other pieces to hit. The number of owners that are under 65 is slowly falling. It's an indicator of what's happening in the community. It's not a perfect indicator, but it's an indicator. If you look back to 2012, 57% were under 65. 2023, only 48% are under 65. This is the same slide, but for our commercial assessment. Within our downtown core, the majority of properties are valued at that $1 million to $2 million range. So that's really our downtown. We have a humongous amount of quantity of properties valued at below $2 million. So that first line that says cumulative, if you look at the $2 million interval, 89% of individual properties fall into that. But what we have to really consider is the assessed value. Going further over, we can see that of those $2 million valued properties, they only represent 41% of the total assessment, even though individual ownership properties is 89. Once you get into that $10 million plus, those are your really big properties like Driftwood Mall, the Walmart complex, substantially different in comparison to how much they pay in property taxes, but also they're only one person that can come and talk to council versus the many that are representing the downtown core and what property taxation is doing. So what I really like this one, what does this all mean? The city requires $36,500,000 to balance a budget. We need $5.3 million more revenue this year, which represents, if we were to take it all from property taxation, a 17.2 property tax increase. I wasn't willing to present council with a 17.2 property tax increase, so we have options. We go with pure taxation, we decrease spending, or we go with alternate sources of funding. So this table is included in the staff report, and it breaks down, what our revenue requirement is, that top row. $36,525,000 change from last year. And then we use of the alternate funding sources. So with breaking out all the special projects, I have proposed to fund those from surplus. A number of them are carry forward and a number of them are really one-time items that are not coming back in the next year. Of that, we're using $1.3 million of surplus. Next, we have a line that says surplus general. That 536,000 represents what we're taking from prior year surplus to simply reduce the current year property tax increase. Through that, we see we need to, with the reliance on prior surplus, we only need $34,650,000 of tax revenue. Of that, 3 million can come from existing taxpayers having their taxes increased by 9.7%. The other piece is the non-market change, 444,000. These are properties being taxed for the first time. Like I said, some municipalities would have put that non-market change money into reserve. We're using it to reduce our overall property tax increase, which brings us to our discretionary change, what I call is where council can make the changes on what we want to do to 9.7. What's the impact on a single residential dwelling? It's about $1,800 in property taxes paid to the municipality. That does not include any of the other taxing authorities. That's just our piece. Oh, this breaks it up even nicer of where we're getting to. So taking to the use of non-market change, the use of surplus for general and the use of surplus to fund special projects, or actual overall property tax changes, just over $3 million. We propose to use about 15% of our available unappropriated surplus balance. And that brings our tax increase down from 17.2% to 9.7%. When we take in all the changes to the utilities taxes for an average home in the city of Courtenay, it's a $370 increase over the prior year. And I want to end on this one. So it's challenging to look at that big property tax change, but looking at the comparative communities, Courtenay is still an affordable place to live. You know, looking at sizes and even the local comparative communities, we're right in that middle of the road alignment. Current service levels are maintained, strategic priorities are action. We have a substantial capital plan and we have improved contributions to reserves. So we know there's going to be continued pressure over the next 5 years for different services, different capital projects, different legislation changes. And, you know, this financial plan brings in a little bit of improved budget engagement. And I want to leave it with that for now. I have one more slide on the next step after this discussion occurs.
You're asking questions now?
Yeah.
Where's the fancy questions slide? All right, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Adam, for that comprehensive presentation. How do we determine that 15% is the amount for prior year surplus to be used? Is that arbitrary or is it is there some formula that suggests that 15% is an appropriate level?
It's not a formula suggested. It was a number that left us with what I felt was a safe amount for that unexpected. We were consuming 15%. We can consume less or more. We're not depleting it. But you notice over the next several years, we're still relying on the reserve. So if we hit it harder in the first year, it'll increase requirements to hit it next year and next year and next year to push off that continued property tax increase.
Would it matter what the size of our surplus was? I mean, if it was small, if we had a small surplus, would we still be looking at 15% or?
So what I base the decision on is the known surplus at the end of 2022. I am aware of what's going on for 23. I don't rely on those numbers until they're absolutely finalized. So I start from very safe number we know. I'm aware we're not at risk of running a very big, like a substantial deficit in 2023. So it's reasonable to use the 15%. I will admit it is on probably the conservative side, but it's where we put the city in the best future financial position.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I guess I certainly appreciate the importance of reserves, and I guess I was wondering, is there a slide that tells us what our reserves are? Because I guess it's difficult to like sort of across the categories, unless I somehow zoned out and missed that. The different reserve funds that we have.
There isn't a slide in this presentation that gives the current balances. We have what we're contributing to the reserves, and it was earlier on.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I guess it is, as we think about the big picture of our reserves and building them up, it would just be really helpful to know, what they are. And that's not information that we have available at this
Not
moment.
at this time.
Okay.
Right. And okay. Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. We've got a couple of questions around the calculation of reserves. You've just been at the regional district table where every single service has its own individual financial plan, and the reserves are they're set up to particularly do that. We had unfortunately significant staffing shortage in Mr. Langmeyer's area right now that impacted our ability to do that. The reserves are a combination of data that couldn't be pulled together just at this point. By the time we are in the closer to the adoption of the financial plan, which is envisioned through the motions in this report, I think we'll have some better information.
Right. We also are gonna potentially, I would expect at this point, have to extend our meeting past 9 p.m. I do apologize. If somebody can make that motion, and Councillor Schulker, you just happen to be next.
Sure, now? Great, a motion to extend the meeting to 9:30? 10? Yeah, let's do 10 p.m.
It's been moved and seconded. I know it's a hard question to answer right now, but all those in favor? And that passes.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really glad that we don't have to get something to the province by May 15th, because I really appreciate it today. And I have, even though I had a lot of questions that were answered before and during, I still have a significant amount of questions as it relates to the fact that I'm not super comfortable with the 9.7. I also am really happy to see that we are making inroads to the strategic priorities that we've laid out for staff. And so, I mean, just, building on what Councillor Hillian and Councillor Cole Hamilton shared, knowing the reserves that we have, I think is information that would be really useful in deciding whether or not this is an appropriate tax levy on our citizens right now, to fully understand what the coffers of the city are. And I would say beyond the reserves, I think I would like to have an understanding of what our total cumulative year-over-year surplus total is. It looks like there was 10 million that we were told about last year. It looks like we're going to be having more this year. And, to Councillor Hillian's point, there's an assessment that's been done around how much of that surplus we should use, but that's based on, and this is a question of clarification, that percentage of surplus to be used is from the prior year or prior years, the cumulative of surplus over the last 100 years. What are we talking about in terms of the percentage that's used, and do we have a total of how much is in the bank for surplus year over year?
Yeah, that was a good question. It is considered the prior years because it is the representation of, since the city was incorporated, what surplus is on hand. And in the end of 2022, it was $13.3 million. So that's 15% of $13.3 million.
Okay. I have another question about it.
With regards to where the reserves are, the prior surplus is really the only available reserve to reduce the overall tax increase. Most other reserves are all earmarked and put in by policy or bylaw for capital natured items. And if you would notice in the later years of the capital plan, a lot of the projects are funded by debt because there are not adequate reserves to fund those from our reserves. So our overall, our city reserves aren't flush with excess cash. Hence the recommendation to use our prior surplus, which is a representation of budget savings over the last 100 years.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I guess getting back to my question earlier about just how we're looking at that increase. We're not seeing the full breakdown of all of our revenue sources, and although maybe it's included in one of the attachments, but it's not in the main staff report. So I'm not totally clear on it. But could you tell me that 5.5 million, that if we were to levy that full amount strictly as a tax increase, which is only looking at a portion of the revenues, is that 5.5 million that's laid out in the staff report, assuming that the rest of the revenues are the same as 2023, or are there revenue changes that we just can't see because it's not the part of the budget process that we're analyzing right now? Hopefully that made sense.
Yeah. So what I do when I set the budget, I get the information, each director and each revenue that they know what it's going to do. So like Director Saunders said, with regards to the change in recreation fees, they know they're changing them, but those won't take effect until later in the year. So their revenue numbers are still based on what will be collected. So all the other revenue sources are updated to the best of the director's knowledge of where they expect to be. The tax number is the last calculation I do. It essentially takes our total shortfall is $5.355 million. So to balance it would be a 17.2% tax increase. Alternatively, we could use a surplus.
Yeah, so I guess the only question I have around that then is like, where is this high interest rate environment falling into these calculations? Looking at one of the information pieces that I received leading up to the budget is that we're benefiting from basically high interest savings accounts or cash on hand. And I'm wanting to understand, is that, I mean, it's likely a temporary scenario, but it will probably last through 2024. Is that already baked into these numbers, or is that something that we'll see kind of fall out in an unspent surplus at the, when the audit for 2024 occurs?
That is a really good question. So the interest revenue, for the most part, it is earned through the reserve holdings. If a reserve earns interest, our practice is keep that interest in the reserve. For example, not for example, but to consider the unappropriated surplus, it's $13.4 million. The interest on that would flow right back into the unappropriated surplus. With regards to what the assumptions were for interest revenue, they were brought up some, but at the time, we're seeing, like you had mentioned, that we'll likely see those drop off. Will that actually occur? I don't have the best crystal ball to forecast that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around what the total prior year surplus is, and I just think it's useful to be able to understand that, so we know what we're dealing with. And you're saying it was 13.3 million at the end of 2022, and I know we did, and the spreadsheet that you shared earlier this week about the unspent surplus from 2023, which obviously isn't finalized yet, but it was in the range of 7.5 million. So that's 20.8 million by rough math. And I'm just wondering if you're able to give a general sense of what the total existing prior years plural surplus is. And I just wondering if you happen to have that number.
Don't have that number for 2023. We're still working through the year-end process. We know that the end of 2022 for our financial statements, $13.399 million was on hand.
And this 7.5 million, that's based upon nearly complete, but not entirely complete figures for 2023, the budget versus actual.
I wouldn't look at those and put any trust in that number. We're not completed the year-end process, and a number of substantial funding and allocation entries are not done yet.
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, and thanks for clarifying those numbers are not to be trusted. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to move on from this conversation because I feel like I still have a lot more questions around surplus. So I'm gonna just do it anyways. I'm sure others will probably follow up, but and staff has, and my colleagues have heard me talk about this before, but on page 24 of the staff report, the class, the taxation by class, you know, I'm struggling with the 9.7, but I'm really struggling when we actually see the utility class. And although relative to residential, as per your presentation, it's a small class, small amount of folios. These are multi-billion-dollar companies. And given that we don't have a policy, but there's a legislative requirement that does not surpass 2.5 times class 6 tax rate. But we only have it at 25% this year. That doesn't bring us up to that maximum. And I'm just wondering from a staff perspective, if there's any risk or there's any rationale for why we wouldn't go to the full amount, because even that would still not catch us up to the full amount that we can get that class to. And again, it's a relative small amount, 61,000 last year. But again, when we're putting a large burden of our tax base on residents and citizens, and we have utility companies paying next to nothing comparatively, I just wonder if there's some rationale for why we can't go to the maximum allowable here for that class.
My recommendation for that one was that whenever you're making changes to taxation, try to do it over a period of time. If we were to do the change in a single year, it's a substantial increase. That's why I broke it down into a couple of years.
Right, so that for me doesn't feel like a very strong argument. So that would be one of the things I'd be looking to having staff go back to, is getting us to the maximum allowable for that class, given who those folios are within that class, especially within the economy that we're in and who those folios are. And so that's something that I'll be looking to get support from going forward. I'll pass it on. Thanks, Mayor.
Mr. Garbutt had a comment.
Yeah, through the mayor, to Councillor Jolicoeur. That's why we're here, making motions to make changes. And here I'm hearing there's a question whether we should be maximizing utility. We've had a phased approach, can get specific direction. So well, when we get to the point to the recommendation, then we'll be looking for some direction.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, in your explanation of the one-time items in operations, and then the carry forward is also, I mean, essentially well, I guess some of those might have been one-time items, but in any case, they've already appeared on our budget. But then they're included in kind of in the accounting of the changes. And what I am trying to figure out from this table is what is the total of all the one-time items plus the carry forward? Does that equal, I'm just flipping, does that equal to the 1.339, or is the special projects funded from surplus just the one-time items, or is it both those columns that are in the budget?
It is a very muddy mix. The recommendation to use surplus for the special projects, those are ones that aren't funded from another source. So a number of the planning special projects had other funding coming from it. So that I wouldn't recommend to fund those from surplus. So it's all the ones that exist. They may have existed in the prior year. And so in my eyes, when I presented this, it is very reasonable to use prior year surplus for these one-time items, because at times they've already been taxed for, but haven't been done. So let's use our surplus to pay.
So all the one-time items that are basically part of taxation or not funded through another revenue source, plus all of the carry forwards, is that all included in that 1.33 million?
I don't want to answer that. I want to check my numbers before I answer that question.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to make a few general comments. First of all, I appreciate the incredible amount of work that's involved in the preparation of the budget and by all departments, and really value the services that our city provides. But it strikes me that we are living in difficult times where many people are stretched, and in the presentation, it was indicated that the property tax is a combination of two factors. The value of a house is determined by BC assessment, and the taxation rate is determined by the budget that the city needs to raise. Of course, the other variable that we have no way of accounting for is individual people's ability to pay. And that varies from house to house. We have people who are house rich but cash poor. We have people like myself who have two incomes and can easily manage this type of an increase. But we're looking at an increase when you calculate the utility cost into it of 11.6% for the average house. And to me, that's too much. And I would like to see us go back and take a look at the possibility of increasing the amount that we contribute from our prior year surplus to bring that rate down, so that it's not in fact more than double the rate of inflation. I think that that's something that we can manage. I mean, I obviously haven't thought through all the implications of it in terms of what we do and what impact it has year over year into the future. But that's something that I would like to see brought back for some consideration by staff before we move forward with this year's budget. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, I think Councillor Hillian was looking at my notes and he said everything so well. So I'm gonna try not to repeat too much of it, but I mean, I had the same comments around people who are house rich, money poor, and I do think that that's a big factor, and the comments are often, well, if you have a lot of, a higher priced house and you're on a fixed income as a senior, you can defer your taxes, but many seniors, particularly, people of my parents' age, if they were still alive, would look at that as they're not gonna be providing as much for their kids down the road. There's a lot of pride around, ownership of a home and not wanting to do those things. So those are some of the things that I thought about, and just the feedback that we received, which was around keeping to the inflationary rate, which Councillor Hillian talked about. So I guess I'm in support of also looking at that, seeing if we can use more surplus. And having said that, I also don't envy your job, and I think you've taken a really responsible approach, and so I don't want to be critical, but I also think that, I mean, if we give direction, then you can blame it all on, you know, you can, we're the ones that will take the heat. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to underappreciate the work that goes into trying to come up with a responsible budget. But I also think that we should look at ways to lower that rate, because people do look at the rate and they do look at the utilities on top of it. So I guess that's what I'll say for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor McCollum. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Am I next or what's?
No, it was Councillor Jolicoeur. I clicked the button and then Councillor McCollum's light started blinking, and so that's what I said.
Yeah, I'll
Maybe
just.
Because it's 9:15.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say, same line of thought as my colleagues who just spoke. And because I have the floor again, the only other major thing that I wanted to share, again, the property tax by class, page 24, recreational. I spoke about this before. We have it on a 7-year plan to bring these folios up to the class 6. Again, these are primarily, as it states in the staff report, primarily commercial enterprises. They're functioning as commercial enterprises and they have been significantly underpaying taxes. We're only finally getting our handle on that, and I'd like to hear from staff why the 7-year timeline and what would be a risk of shortening that, say, to 3 or 4 years to get them up to that class 6 rate.
I can totally speak to that one. So if you look at the tax rate that they're in, it was very much based on the residential class. And so the 7-year time frame is a result of a 25% tax increase per year. But since we're starting from such a small tax rate number, it's taking so much longer to get to the higher end. If we go with a shorter span and a higher increase per year, it just puts a burden on that commercial enterprise to make up that change in taxation quicker.
Okay, so, okay, there's no rationale other than just to give them space to get accustomed to paying more taxes. Okay, thanks.
And now, Councillor McCollum.
Thanks. I guess I want to weigh in and kind of summarize my thoughts on where we're at. I do think that, you know, we're going to be feeling the impacts of inflation, and yeah, there is a different inflation number this year than last year, but as Kyle pointed out, we actually kind of have a longer tail with how we're impacted by that inflation rate. So I don't want to stay too fixated on that, and I do want to acknowledge that we are absolutely in need of a higher increase than inflation, because our strategic priorities involve more work, not less, and we need to think ahead with our capital plan, and that we probably haven't as a city put away as much in our reserves as maybe would have been prudent. So while I'm not completely comfortable with 9.7% on top of a prior year with the same, I do think that, you know, we need to be cognizant of exactly how far we want to try and whittle that number down if we don't want to find ourselves in a more difficult situation in a year or two. But, you know, given that this year we probably will benefit, our reserves will probably benefit from higher interest rates. And we most likely do have a pretty healthy unspent surplus from last year. And we had a very good one from the year prior, mostly because of a significant grant that we got from the provincial government, I assume is a piece of that. Yeah, so I guess what I am thinking is that I would maybe like us to consider using more of last year's unspent surplus, possibly to cover the part of our capital plan that is currently, that we're currently funding with this year's taxation. Because in a perfect world, we would have enough reserves that we wouldn't be using taxation for one-time items in a capital plan, or at least that's my interpretation. But then maybe simultaneously, we could look at that new line item where we're finally addressing that 1.5% contribution to reserves. And maybe we also want to accelerate that to make sure that we're not just knocking down taxation this year by looking at the capital plan, that maybe there's a happy medium there. But based on the information that I got today, I think that we're doing some financial planning here that's going to leave us in a pretty healthy place at the end of 2024. Just, yeah, based on the fact that we generally prudently budget more expenses for RCMP than the RCMP is able to deliver, and that interest piece, I think, is going to play a benefit for at least another year, maybe not much longer than that. So yeah, that's my thinking in kind of where I'd like to see this end up when we pass it. And then I would just like to see yeah, the wider picture of our entire revenue and expenses broken down, just because in my mind it makes more sense for me to see it all laid out together. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
I think I'm probably in line with some of my colleagues have spoken already, and I appreciate Councillor McCollum is a little better with numbers than many of us, being able to clarify it into a single objective of the contributions to capital projects that would otherwise have come from taxation. And I agree, I don't think we should expect the tax increase to simply reflect the rate of inflation. But when we see that, as Councillor Halim is saying, it's over 11% when you include the charges, I think there's room for some movement within that, especially given the the fairly healthy nature of our track record of prior year surpluses. So if when we get to a motion, I'd be happy to second a motion along the lines of what Councillor McCollum suggested. There's also a part of me that would be interested in just simply referring this until we have all the figures that we need, because I feel that, when people come to us in Thrifties and ask us why taxes went up, it's like, we have to be saving money for the future. And they say, how much do we have saved? And I would say, I don't know. And that's just not a good foundation for making the kind of decision of the prior year surpluses. Should it be 15%? Should it be 27? Should it be 36? I don't know. And unfortunately, because I don't know where our reserves stand, I feel like it's a difficult place to be judging from. But given that we do have the SIP, the sort of the increase in money for it being set aside for infrastructure every year, and a solid plan for that, and the Councillor McCollum's recommendations suggested increasing that to, I think you're saying 2.5 or some greater amount than 1.5 this year. I think giving our community members a bit of a break, especially given the very considerable increase in solid waste due to the new contract, the new collection system, it makes sense to go slightly above 15% of prior year surplus to create a more balanced rate, and at the same time be putting more aside for that proverbial rainy day. Again, I'd like to have the reserve numbers in front of us, but I think if we can strike that compromise, then perhaps we can come out of this evening with a solid recommendation and hope to see those reserve numbers at the next meeting. But see any other lights. So if there's no one else who wants to speak, then I'm happy to just say that I'll second what was, or I'll repeat what Councillor McCollum said and make it a recommendation. But looks like Councillor Frisch wants to weigh in first.
Councillor Frisch?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the wonderful presentation, succinct and to the point. I wonder if we did manage to bring our increased percentage down, you know, a couple points, 2 or 3 percentages, what that would mean for the average home for taxation. And I don't know if you would have that number off the top of your head, but how much could we save an average homeowner in their tax bill this year if we dropped it 2 or 3% by using, you know, reserves or prior year surplus?
So if you look to the last line on the slide there, it's the variable tax only to change. So based on the tax rate for an average home, given the 9.7, they'd be paying $162 more in taxation, and that represent 10%. So if you take 1% off, that takes $16 off.
Yeah.
So if you want to do 3%, you'd be pulling about, what's that, $48.
Right, and so I guess just to be clear, what it sounds like is being contemplated at the table is in line with saving the average tax payer or homeowner, the average homeowner, sorry, you know, a couple $100 this year. I think the plan we have is, I'm sorry.
A couple $100.
So going up 9.7% represents $162. So if you go to 8.7, you'd be say your tax increase would be 150.
I'm sorry to round.
So 3% would be $48,
About that, yes.
$50.
Right. And I guess my point is that you know, we have a plan that delivers the services we ask for and leaves us in a good financial position going forward. I think Councillor McCollum pointed this out. If we take some money this year, it leaves us in possibly a difficult position next year or the year after that. And I think if we really want to reduce taxes, we actually have to look at reducing our services, but I don't think we want to do that. I think the plan we have and the services we're offering are not only wanted, but I think they're of great value and of good value for the amount of taxes we pay. So, you know, I hate to see the number 11%, but then I hate to see inflation numbers where they've been as well. So I'm inclined to support the current plan. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I just offer a couple of thoughts because we're going to need some direction. We brought a budget ahead that addresses those priorities. What I've heard questions specifically about are how much we're putting aside for policing, consideration of the tax rate for recreational properties and utilities. Due to the lack of information on reserves, a consideration on what surplus we apply. Currently, the surplus we were applying was 15%. So unless council is interested in changing service levels, changing capital projects, then we're talking about adjusting the application of surplus as well as the allocation, I guess, of those rates. So if council can contemplate those things and give us some direction, I'm not sure that we can change that today, but I think a conversation about what specifics are will be of great assistance. But just to confirm, no changes in services, no changes in capital projects. I think I've summarized correctly what I've heard around the table. I just made a few notes. So if I've missed anything, maybe council could weigh in on that, but I'll leave that with for your thoughts.
All right. Well, it's a good thing we extended the meeting to 10 o'clock. Councillor Hillian.
Mayor, my inclination would be a motion that defers this decision and requests a staff update that presents different taxation rates based on different percentages from the per year surplus amounts, and with service levels and capital projects unchanged. I realize that that's a position that would not necessarily win all sorts of support. There's lots of people who'd like to see us just cancel various things. But we've heard from staff that there will be a further discussion at some point on some projects. And we also know that some projects are grant dependent and may not go because of that. But I think if that was the direction we went, that would certainly be give us some options to consider. And I'm prepared to move that, but I'll wait till I hear whether that makes sense to others. Thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I'd be prepared to second that. And I would just add to that that I know it's been an extreme. Adam, do you want to? Oh, okay.
I just want to get in line.
You're anticipating my question, I guess. I know it's been a busy time, but I would feel that I wasn't doing my due diligence until I'd had a chance to look at the reserve figures and say, this is what we have, this is what we need. And then I can look people in the eye when they say, so how did this happen? I just don't feel. So if we could also have that, those additional pieces of information, they may not change things, but I'd like to see them and felt that I've considered them before making a decision. So if we could just perhaps add that to the resolution that Councillor Hillian was considering, and I'd be happy to second that and support it.
Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, if what Councillor Hillian is suggesting is adequate direction for staff to move ahead, I'm quite supportive of that suggestion. Yeah, I guess I just want to summarize my thinking in 2 points. One is that we have a significant capital plan. There's quite a bit in it this year, but we also heard in the engineering report that a fair chunk of it is actually likely to be pushed off into at least next year or maybe even further out. So, which I think is often the case with ambitious capital plans, is that not everything proceeds on the timeline that you first plan it. So that's one factor. And then the other thing that I think is an important context here is that I think this was shared by council, or this point of view was shared by council at the time, that when we contemplated the bigger increase when we did budget deliberations last year, part of that was in order to not have another big one this year, but that's what we're looking at, and that just is the way the world is. But also when we did that budget, we were not forecasting a significant surplus. I think we forecasted zero. So we ended up with more than we anticipated, but we're also looking at a much higher tax increase than we anticipated. So I would like us to kind of find somewhere in between those things, where maybe we are taking advantage of the fact that last year we did wind up with a slightly higher surplus, and maybe softening that increase to a degree. Although again, to Councillor Frisch's point, I think it is important that we are cognizant of the fact that, you know, next year things aren't going to get any easier, and we do have some significant borrowing that's going to impact taxation when we get the fire hall project proceeding along. So that's also a consideration. So yeah, I'll leave my comments there.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. And I support everything that's just been said since Councillor Hillian and Cole Hamilton and McCollum. I just would like to clarify that the list that our city manager provided, that all of that would be captured in this motion that we're contemplating.
Yeah, it would have to be, in the motion.
Okay, so the details that the city manager, that list would have to be in the motion.
Oh, sorry, council's direction. So if council would like us to look at those aspects related to the budget that's been presented, please list that and I would actually ask for what surplus percentages, because it's a lot of work for staff to do this. So we can't run a infinite. We need some guidance here in terms of that work, because we are, as I'd said, unfortunately, a piece of information that is critical to your discussions has been impacted by a significant staff person missing. So we have to figure out how to do this
Okay.
in short order.
Yeah, I'd support that if we can get some support in drafting that motion, just so that we have each of those items, Mr. City Manager. And while that's happening, maybe I can just speak to the idea that service levels are presented today. I think I just want to share my support for what's being presented by staff to meet that was a question that city manager had. I just want to share that I do support the service levels that we have here. I think some of my colleagues have shared the community. People are experiencing challenging times, and I really see, whether it be community engagement or community safety or more recreational programming, more specialized recreational programming for youth, for example. Like, there's a lot here that we're doing to benefit the community that I think are really aligned with what we're hearing in the feedback from community in terms of the priorities. And so I just want to share my support for keeping the service lines as they are presented in the budget, and the capital projects, chipping away at that as we go along, and accessing as much grant funding and provincial and federal funding as necessary for those projects to move forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Joker and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you very much. I think it sounds like we need to put some percentages, and the percentages I understand are the 13.3 million. Sorry, the prior year surplus at the end of 2022 was 13.3 million, I believe. That's what I wrote down.
13.4.
13.4. Okay, great.
399.
So extra 100,000. That's awesome. 13.4. So we could go with, and we're not even looking at the surplus from 2023. We're just going to not consider that, although it looks like it, no guarantees it's going to be a fairly healthy amount. So given that we're not even touching the 2023, I was going to recommend that we look at 15% and 30% of the 2022 total, which I think would, I think those would be two good options. I think it was 1.4 was what I'm so tired and I don't have the slide in front of me, but I'm thinking of those as two numbers, and if I know that each calculation takes effort, so perhaps we don't want to go with too many different ones, but I think that those are reasonable amounts to take, especially considering we're not even contemplating or touching any of the surplus that will be accumulated in 2023. And I'll just sort of see what my council colleagues think, because we need to put some numbers into that resolution.
And Mr. Langemeyer is thinking something I can tell.
Yeah, so what would be really helpful is we have that line there that shows the discretionary change. That is directly impacted by how much surplus we're using. So if I got direction of where we wanted the tax change number, that discretionary change number to be, do we want it 8.7, 7.7? That would allow me to reverse calculate our surplus usage. Each 1% of change in that number is about $310,000. I want to warn though, what happens when we continue to have low tax increases? It pushes the increase further and further out, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Because as you can see on that top line, our revenue requirements, given the direction from council, what we're doing, our capital plan, they don't change based on how much surplus we have. So it's always a balance. I very see where council is coming from. It's like, why don't we use our surplus? Well, we can, and we can use more of it. We should be cautious of using too much. When we look at our comparable communities, we're still within that mid-range. We're not in the West Van or Squamish, where we're one of the highest taxers. It's a fair place to be. It's hard to, because when we look at a percentage change in our property tax, it looks bigger than one in a higher taxing area. So the direction I would ask is where we want our tax change to be. Prior year's financial plan was considering a 6.7. It didn't have any consideration for the SIP or the changes in service level that have occurred over the last couple of years. That's just a starting point.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably recommend we take a bit of a recess, just because I think staff want to chat a little bit as well. So maybe have a bit of a comfort break, but I haven't had a chance to chat yet. So I'm just gonna say a couple really quick things. And really just looking at how things have been done historically. And you know, that focus on that lower tax rate, which I totally appreciate how that affects the people that have to pay that amount. But what we don't increase it by is going to affect us next year, because we'll be that much further behind next year. So if we're using the surpluses, then we still have to catch up. And I think that's one of the really big challenges we have as a council, is that a lot of big projects have been done, I would say, that were deferred for a long time. And we've seen those cost escalations from delaying them. And so that's the challenge when we have these costs in front of us, or these projects in front of us that we're prioritizing. And we have the potential of those surpluses, but again, by not increasing the taxes, that means that we're that much further behind next year. So that's just, for me, something that I'm always cautious with, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just that balance of, or that recognition that the lower we make it this year, when we look at having to increase it in future years, those increases are always going to be there, and they may go up because we've delayed it by a year. So that's just my thoughts. That being said, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Well, if we want to recess, that can wait. I'm happy to ask my question though, while you ponder that.
I have nothing to ponder, so ask the question.
Yes. So I mean, to that point, in terms of planning for the future, when we had our budget process last year and this year, I think staff were quite clear around service levels of service, including increase in FTEs. And I don't recall after this year, there being significant increases of FTEs across the board. And so when I think of, we've got significant capital projects in future years, but I'm wondering if we have an understanding of, like, to your point, Mayor, planning for the future. Do we have an idea of, are we relatively catching or almost caught up to where the staff actually think that we need to get to for the services that we have asked them to provide through our strategic priorities? So I'm not sure if the city manager or our finance team can speak to that necessarily, but more of a broader question around service and service levels. Future service and service levels.
Mr. Carter.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, I think in 3 key areas, we are just emerging on service levels. We have an entire department in the social development or community development area that is unfunded, soon to be, and that is a very large growth area that our council is signaling that we are going to be addressing. We have ongoing issues related to the communication area. We have a continuing legislative responsibility in areas around environmental management, floodplain, et cetera. So at this point, and we have a fire service that continues to grow and serve our developing community, as well as the potential for a change in the way we deliver fire services from the current model. So we have a lot of growth on the horizon.
Okay.
So council may recall when we received information from our auditors, they were very happy to see we had surplus there to address ongoing issues that we have. But we'll take council direction in that regard. And I'm not sure if, I think Mr. Langmeyer has a way he'd like to unpack council's direction, but if we could take a few minutes for us to circle up, I'd be very appreciated.
And I'll just look at staff and say, we have extended this meeting till 10. Do we need to extend that now? Okay. That was a quick answer. Is council leaving and you guys staying, or? Okay.
It was.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, and thanks for giving us a bit of a reprieve there. Councillor Cole Hamilton, do you want to make the motion or staff? Oh, right, it's coming up on the screen.
Providing that for some.
Yep. Okay, for discussion and Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. Based on what we've heard, we have drafted a motion for your consideration and discussion. And we can take some direction if you'd like changes or in the inclusion of any other items.
Apologies, my water disappeared, but Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I don't know if we can kind of amend it in pieces, but I was wondering if we could add to that. I was hoping to see the reserves just before we vote on and finalize. That was just one piece I wanted to add. It could be a separate motion, and I believe the Councillor Jolicoeur wanted to see utilities and recreation, but going like all the way to the maximum, what that would look like.
Okay.
And-
Also modeling where, anyway, I'll just turn my mic off.
That's okay, Mr. Garvin, so
So,
one to respond.
The items that, through the mayor, to go to the two items that Councillor Jolicoeur raised related to utilities, the rates with which utilities and recreation are charged. It doesn't affect the discretionary tax change. So if we just add an additional motion in there that, but we need a direction as to how to charge them, if that's okay. I just appreciate that.
Yeah, I got it. If someone wants to type it down so that council directs staff to report back on options to increase utility tax rate to the maximum allowable and to shorten the recreational tax rate from 7 years to 4 years. Is that okay? Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
And that covers, I think that covers all the bits and pieces that we talked about.
Not his.
Oh, reserves.
So that, yeah, I can go. That's okay. And that council directs staff to report back on the city of Courtney's total reserves and surpluses.
Mr. Garvin.
I think perhaps so as we've briefed council, developing the reserves right now with the transition in our financial planning software is challenging, and it's unlikely we would be able to do that for the March 13th meeting. Staff have advised me that. So I just provide that to council. We're in a I had explained we have a challenge related to some staff information, and we've had a transition in our financial planning software, which is making that a challenge. But we'll do our very best to provide information for March 13th. And that's the extent of what I can explain as it relates to that. And I don't know if Mr. Langemeyer had anything that he could add.
Thanks for that, Mr. Garvin, and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that additional context on transitioning systems is useful, and without really having much insight into, you know, where that process is at. Maybe if we could just get a bit of clarity, is there a concern that it's not, we're not confident in the exact numbers, or is it really that we're having to rebuild things and like those numbers aren't ready? Because if we could get some information that's like a best estimate, that would be great. But if that's not helpful, then I won't suggest it.
It's touch screen. Sorry, we're editing the,
Yeah, it was for Adam.
okay, Mr. Langenmeyer, the floor is yours.
It's challenging with the best estimate. We have information from 2022 and our capital plan that informs of reserves. Building on the capital plan for 23. Oh.
Yeah, there's an error. Sorry, we'll stay focused. I think everyone's just trying to see if we can get everything done
Yeah.
within the next 4 minutes. Mr. Langenmeyer.
I like to provide good information to council. I could provide ballparks and reserves, but will that be useful in your decision-making process? In our capital plan, we identified that in the end of the years, we're out of reserves and we're relying on debt to fund our capital projects. We don't have other operating type reserves to draw on to change our current year tax rate. So that's where I've gone with what I can provide to council. I do my best to bring what I can with what makes sense. With the transition from Excel-based budgeting to our software, we're having to rebuild how the actual financial plan bylaw is created. And when I was prioritizing my work, the creation of the bylaw is more important because that's what we need to have to the province, what council has to actually adopt by the May 15th deadline. We might get through that process quickly, and then we can get, I'll be okay to reassign tasks to work on those reserves. It was my prioritization, given the resources I have.
Thanks for that clarity.
Much appreciated. All right, and in the interim, Councilor Morin.
Do we actually have anyone who's moved and seconded these? Because we've been talking about them.
No, they're just getting sort of, cool, yeah, Mr. Langenmeyer.
I have done some calculations on the impact of changing the utility rate to the maximum of 40. It would be the equivalent of 118% tax increase. The change would be $72,000. So currently the utility class pays 61,000 in taxes. The increase would be 134,000 in taxes. So 71,000 or 72 is what we're playing with bringing up to the maximum rate of 40.
Thanks for that information.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't know what we're talking about because we don't have a motion on the floor, so there's no context for me about.
Oh, he was just talking about the utility and recreational thing. That was a question that came up earlier. I believe you're just
Oh, okay,
answering
you're
that.
following up on a question? Okay.
Yeah, the question was what's the tax impact in bringing the utility class up to the maximum legislated tax rate? That's quite common among other municipalities. $72,000 increase in tax revenue.
Yeah, okay. And I believe we still need to remove on motion to the portion after 2028. Does that sound correct?
I'm hearing from different people that they want different things on that and I'm not here.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Councillor Frisch?
I'll hold off. I think it's been pointed out that this meeting is supposed to end in a minute. Do we want to deal with that first?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Okay, I'll move that we extend the meeting by 30 minutes to 10:30.
All those in favor? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Frisch, for jumping in there.
Yeah,
Councillor
thanks, Mayor. I did speak a little quickly last time. So motion 2 should read that council directs staff to report back on options to increase the utility class tax rate to the maximum allowable and shorten the recreational tax rate from 7 years to 4 years. Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think it was just because it was 4 to 10. I think that was understood. So I think given the speed, we have some motions for consideration in front of us. Are there any more discussion? Councillor Hillian.
I'm just wondering if anybody would be open to changing the 8.7 and 7.7 to 7.7 and 6.7. And I heard 3% being talked about before, representing a $50 decrease. That seems a reasonable amount to me. But, you know, it's late and I'm open to whatever makes sense to most of us.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we're still in the discussion phase. If somebody wants to make the motion, that would be fine too. Councillor Jolicoeur. Councillor Hill, Coyle, Councillor Moore.
Well, I think we need to make the motion before we can talk about it. So I'll make the motion that council defer consideration of the 2024 to 2028 general fund financial plan to the March 13th, 2024 council meeting, that council direct staff to report back on options that would contemplate increasing the application of the previous year's annual surplus to the current 2024 taxation year based on the following models. 7.7 discretionary tax change and 6.7.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So any questions or comments on this motion? Councillor Frisch.
Thanks. I actually just had some clarification questions, make sure I'm getting this right. So every percentage on our discretionary increase that we change it by, we're gonna save the average homeowner around $50.
16.
$16.
16.
Yeah.
It would, you said 3%?
Right.
So 3%
I got you.
was $48.
I'm just gonna repeat that. We're gonna save $16 for every percent. This strikes me as we're trying to give the people the percentage they want. Because I mean, $45, I mean, this is what we're worried about, the average homeowner having to pay more this year. I don't think it's wise financial planning. I'm not going to support it. I'd like to go with the original motion, but I'll leave it to the rest of the council to comment and vote. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Moore.
I just want to point out that this is just asking staff to come back with the information that we need. We don't have all the figures in front of us, so this is what the motion's asking. The motion comes back and we don't agree with it, then we, then we make a decision based on that.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And I think really, because there's potentially multiple resolutions here that may do a variety of things. And since we're asking for some information back, to ask for this again, to give us more options and understand the implications, I think it's likely we're not going to pass anything tonight. So for that reason, I'm willing to get more information and get a better sense of what those options are. So with that, if there's no further questions or comments on the motion as presented for motion 1 on the screen, all those in favor? Any opposed? And Councillor Frisch opposed. And if somebody would like to speak to the second one, we given what we're doing, I'd almost prefer that it be spoken.
Yeah. I move the council direct staff to report back on options to increase the utility class rate to the maximum allowable rate and shorten the recreational tax rate from 7 years to 4 years.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this? Councillor Frisch.
And just for clarification, it sounded like you gave us this number as well. Did you calculate this particular number? I guess it was just for this year.
Yeah, with regards to the utility class only, I gave you the information if we brought it up to the legislated maximum of 40, the mill rate of 40, $72,000 increase over last year's tax amount.
Okay, and 72,000 is quickly in my head, that's less than 1/4%.
Correct. Yeah, 1% is about 310,000.
And so it's less than 1/4%. We're going to save the average homeowner less than $4. Okay, just being clear on this. I'm not in favor. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Frisch. And again, this is a report really just to tell us what those options and implications are at the end of the day. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And Councillor Frisch is opposed. All right. And if somebody would like to contemplate a further motion, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you. So I'll move the council direct staff to report back on the city of Courtney's total reserves and surpluses.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I'd like to move termination.
We have 25 minutes, like, you know.
To enjoy the Pledge of Allegiance.
We are terminated. Thank
Thanks,
you,
everyone.
Councillor Cole Hamilton.